Chapter 360, Magical Bell and the Demon Bird. Chapter 360, Magical Bell and the Demon Bird. In the music, Futian melted his spirit in the floating snow and the whole sky mountain. His spirit existed everywhere now. At this time, he had a wonderful feeling that his senses toward the world were getting more and more acute. He stopped playing the song. Closing his eyes, Futian was drunk with this artistic conception. He could feel his mental power melting into nature. As long as he wanted, his mental power could resonate with the endless spiritual chi as a unity, as if his mental power belonged to nature. Its arcana plane. Futian opened his eyes and smiled. While playing the music, his spiritual power naturally broke levels which made him rise up to the arcana plane. Everything happened so naturally. He didn't break his level on purpose. It was totally an accident. Cultivators also described the arcana plane as the unity between man and nature. People of the arcana plane could extend their senses through nature. If one cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, a breakthrough in sorcery could also help them make a breakthrough in martial arts. Thinking of this, Futian stopped playing the song temporarily. Having reached this stage, he naturally wanted to improve his strength in all aspects so he could totally enter into the arcana plane. He began to practice fist forms. Every move he made contained great momentum that shook the surrounding space. Snowflakes near him were all shattered. Very soon, an invisible force field formed around him. Under the endless flying snowflakes, a dragon's roar and ape's growl could be heard constantly from his fists. His fists were like a dragon's, his strength like an ape's, and his speed like a rock's. He acted like a young emperor. Every time he practiced fists forms, he would activate imperial tactics to help him improve. Gradually, he immersed himself completely in his practice, which made his every punch stronger and stronger. That invisible force field resonated with the world, and then a faint light screen loomed. The space around him turned into a vacuum with snowflakes flying around. Finally, with a dragon's roar, Futian threw out a fist. The air trembled and a horrible ape's shape appeared together with a flying golden rock. This random fist was thrown out toward the distant, penetrating the space and shaking the air. Futian stopped his practice and took a deep breath. His body commanded a powerful presence. Spiritual chi of all attributes spun around him like a curtain of bright light, flowing like waves, and dispersed gradually. Wow! Futian breathed out a mouthful turbid breath. Both his sorcery and martial arts broke into the arcana plane. When playing the song on the sky mountain, his mental power reached the extreme unconsciously, by virtue of which he managed to rise up into the arcana plane. What a wonderful experience! He looked down at Yusheng, not knowing when he would wake up. The artistic conception on the sky mountain was perfect for mental cultivation. Especially when he was playing the music, the whole sky mountain was covered with endless spiritual chi. Sitting beside Yusheng, he began to play the song again. The Guqin's spirit appeared, the music was heard again. That wonderful feeling hit him again. His senses became clearer, seemingly because of his breakthrough in playing. He felt that his will melted into endless spiritual chi with the music and combined with it as one. His mental power existed everywhere, floating down with the endless snowflakes. At the top of the mountain, that Arhat was still trudging on the path. His eyes were half evil intent and half Buddha light, as if he was struggling with the devilish power. He couldn't hear the music. Every step he made was exhausting to him, but he didn't give up. Suddenly, the Arhat frowned and a blazing Buddha light flashed in his eyes as if his eyes were consecrated. He saw endless spiritual chi flicker in the air. Those snowflakes falling from the top were transformed from spiritual chi. He even perceived an invisible mental power. "Who is it?" the Arhat cried out. There was only silence in the air. The Arhat hesitated, thinking that it must be an illusion because of his tiredness on the road. At this time, the spiritual chi above his head gathered in frenzy. In an instant, endless snowflakes condensed into an iceberg. The Arhat's face changed. At the next moment, rumbling sound was heard. The iceberg fell down toward him with tremendous pressure. The Arhat was worn out by the deterrent force from the sky mountain when climbing. Now, another formidable pressure came down to him, setting him into an extremely dangerous situation. He yelled and began to recite scripture. Buddhist symbols appeared together with blazing Buddha light. He was about to attack, but suddenly, an invisible artistic conception descended. All spiritual chi froze, moving at an extremely slow speed. The attack couldn't be formed. How can that be? The Arhat's face changed. His consecrated eyes saw the endless spiritual chi get controlled by an invisible power and flow very slowly. His mental power didn't work and that dreadful iceberg was to come. He yelled angrily and his physical strength broke out with dazzling Buddha light. He raised his hand and sent out a violent Buddha handprint. Bang! The Arhat's body was crushed and he rolled down the mountain. He groaned and spat a mouthful blood. He was irked. Who is the enemy? Only 3 people surpassed him. They were Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Qingqing. Who could it be? If it was them, how could they use the sky mountain's spiritual chi? While he was thinking, the piercing cold wind storm rolled toward him. He trembled and stood up, scurrying down the mountain. He didn't even figure out his enemy. In such a case, he could only escape. While he was running, the snowflakes around him thawed and chased behind him. At this time, countless sharp golden knives rushed toward him. He was going to be killed. The Arhat leaped and rose into the air. He didn't rise up high. Instead, he nosedived to escape. The pressure on the sky mountain went from top to bottom. Therefore, it was a wise choice of the Arhat to escape downward, because he could even be faster in that direction. The knives pierced toward him. The Arhat stepped firmly in the air and left an immense golden footprint. With a loud explosion, those sharp knives and golden footprint were all shattered. The Arhat used that force to continue escaping. He dared not to stop until he felt the snowflakes around him return to normal. He turned around and gazed at the mountaintop. Not knowing who wanted to kill him, he was vexed. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual chi seemed to flow again. His face changed. He turned into a flash of golden lights and escaped with no more hesitation. On the sky mountain, Yi Futian was playing the song. His face looked cold. Of course, he was the one that attacked the Arhat. He just made use of the spiritual chi through the music. However, his senses hadn't extended everywhere of the sky mountain yet. It still needed a while. But he found that, by means of the music, he could communicate with the 2 emperors' remaining will to control the whole sky mountain. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Yi Futian's sensory range also became wider and wider. Gradually, he could see that magical bell clearly. That transparent golden bell enveloped the whole mountain as if it was part of the mountain, safeguarding the sky mountain invisibly. However, Yi Futian also perceived a dreadful evil air. He saw the demon bird. An enormous demon bird's illusion overshadowed the whole mountain from bottom to top. It felt like the enormous demon bird was buried by the sky mountain and oppressed by the magical bell. Yi Futian knew that it was not the real demon bird but something transformed from the demon bird's will after it died and melted into the mountain. What surprised Yi Futian most was the enormous demon bird's head was right below his feet. Little eagle. When Yi Futian finally figured out the sky mountain's secret, he saw that his little eagle was under the demon bird's head. It was entangled with a horrible demonic will as if it was going to become evil and transform into a demon bird. He saw a narrow pass linking the mountaintop to the inside. The black-winged eagle seemed to enter the mountain through that way. At this moment, that narrow pass was blocked by snow. An invisible storm penetrated that pass and made it full of spiritual chi. Yi Futian's will also entered the mountain, and then he perceived an extremely demonic intent. The further inside he went, the stronger it grew. Finally, Yi Futian's will came to the demon bird. Yi Futian felt that demonic intent was going to devour his will. Little eagle. Yi Futian called. Endless devil intent enveloped the black-winged eagle. It had grown horrible demonic wings. The black winged eagle was going to become a demonic roc. Its eyes had become extremely evil. They were not the black winged eagle's original eyes anymore. That pair of cold vicious eyes looked directly to the front as if it could perceive Yi Futian's presence. Whoosh! A terrifying dark wind swept past everything and devoured Yi Futian's will immediately. On the mountaintop, the music suddenly stopped. Yi Futian groaned and his face paled. He stood up and moved to a corner on the mountaintop. He stomped on the snow and the pass appeared. Yi Futian glanced at the pass from above and began to play the music again. His music resonated with the world. Endless spiritual qi fell down toward that pass. Then Yi Futian stepped forward and jumped down. The music could still be heard. Yi Futian carried the guqin in his arms and moved straight toward the black eagle. Soon, he arrived. The exceedingly frightening demonic intent enveloped him immediately. Before him was the illusion of that enormous demon bird. Chapter 361, Continuous Ringing. Chapter 361, Continuous Ringing. At the instant when Yi Futian arrived, a monstrous evil aura spread out from the illusory demon bird and charged towards him. Very soon, darkness engulfed him. Many intense evil thoughts broke into Yi Futian's mind. His body trembled and a strong emperor will erupted, protecting his mind. At the same time, his fingers stroked wildly on the strings of his guqin as he attempted to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain. Emperor-like golden radiance ascended into the sky, and the snow on Sky Mountain started to flow towards his location. His senses spread out wildly, while his emperor will merged with the willpower on Sky Mountain, defending the corrosion from the evilness. Bang! In Yi Futian's mind, a real demon bird seemed to have appeared. It blotted out the sky as if it could even devour the heaven and the earth. It stared at Yi Futian with an unruly look and opened its black demonic wings. It was as if the end of the world was approaching. Although the demon bird was already dead, its will did not dissipate. Therefore, the two emperors left behind an everlasting willpower to suppress the evilness from the demon bird. Despite so, however, the evil will on Sky Mountain could still affect the surrounding region thousands of miles in radius, resulting in a very low number of cultivators in Shu City. It was then obvious how terrifying the demon bird was when it was still alive. At the moment, Yi Futian was at the center of the will of the demon bird. If he did not have emperor will to protect his mind, he would probably be engulfed and destroyed in an instant. A dark current enveloped Yi Futian's body. Even though the demon bird's will was frightening, Yi Futian guessed that it should still be at the sage level when it battled the two emperors and was suppressed. At that time, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had yet to unify the world, as the battle occurred even more than 300 years ago. Hence, Emperor will was at a higher level than the demon bird's will. Yi Futian only had traces of it, but it still managed to protect his will from being devoured. In Yi Futian's mind, there was Emperor's light protecting him from the environment. With much determination, he stared at the black-winged condor in the darkness before him. Its entire body was enveloped in black light. Yi Futian did not want to see it get engulfed and become a substitute for the demon bird, turning into another bloodthirsty demon king. The only way was to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain to suppress the demon bird's will. At the same time, Yi Futian would plant a stronger emperor will into the black-winged condor's mind so that it could resist against the demon bird. Yi Futian was enduring a terrifying amount of pressure. The enormous demon bird was charging wildly into his mind, along with a frightful will. It had already engulfed Yi Futian's spiritual will totally. On his body, many dark currents appeared. Yi Futian felt that he could hardly withstand this for much longer. Activating the imperial tactics, his blood started to burn, and dazzling radiance ascended into the air and charged towards Sky Mountain. This was the second time on Sky Mountain that he exceeded his limit. Moreover, this was even riskier than the last time. Previously, he was confident that he could kill Qinli, but this time he was not sure whether he could win the demon bird's will. Sky Mountain was so compatible with him. It was as if it existed only for him so that he could come here to inherit the music and the willpower. He still believed that he could win against the demon bird's will. During that time, the two emperors could suppress the demon bird at this place. Now, he had emperor will and could communicate with the willpower the two emperors had left behind on Sky Mountain. Why would he fail? Furthermore, when he fought with Qin Li, he was still in the Dharma plane. Now, he was in the Arcana plane. Yi Futian's willpower merged with the sky and the earth. Many traces of Golden Emperor's light rose into the sky. Emperor Will flew towards Sky Mountain along with the music, attempting to merge with the will on the mountain. The willpower of the two emperors during that time had already merged with Sky Mountain as if it had become part of the mountain. Yi Futian believed that he would be able to do so as well. The melodious music spread out on Sky Mountain continuously. Even the snow that filled the sky seemed to be listening to the music. The snowflakes danced with the music, forming a resonance. What's that? At the moment, there were still people on Sky Mountain. They suddenly seemed to have heard a piece of music and stopped at their spots, feeling the music quietly. The music seemed to be everywhere. It had merged with the snow falling from the sky, entering their senses. It's wonderful! Many exclaimed. They stopped one after another and raised their head to look at the falling snow. Music was hidden in the snow. Who was playing it? Could it be that the will left behind by the two emperors had revived? This music. Many people were fully absorbed and influenced by the music. They stood motionlessly and felt the rhythm in silence. The music continued and spread on Sky Mountain steadily. At the moment, Yi Futian was fully focused on playing. His senses seemed to be merging with Sky Mountain slowly, turning into part of the mountain. The area that he could sense became wider and wider. Time passed by slowly. Yi Futian had been enduring a massive amount of pressure, but as the music played, the will on Sky Mountain seemed to be merging with him, helping him to resist against the evil will and reducing the pressure he was experiencing. After a long while, Yi Futian's mind suddenly trembled. He could see the entire Sky Mountain. He could feel that his willpower had become extremely strong. The Golden Emperor will had merged with Sky Mountain completely. Yi Futian felt as if he was standing on Sky Mountain. It was a mysterious and amazing feeling. It was as if Sky Mountain had become part of him. His will was now the will of Sky Mountain. Moving his will, the snow on Sky Mountain similarly moved. An endless amount of spiritual chi roared and the magical bells slowly formed. Clang! Just as Yi Futian thought about it, the magical bell rang. An extremely powerful force was released and charged into Sky Mountain, pressing down on the demon bird. Following a loud bang, the enormous demon bird was almost blown into pieces. The evil will in Yi Futian's mind was removed immediately. The black-winged condor trembled fiercely and the evil aura surrounded it was weakened significantly, but it spat out a mouthful of blood. It suddenly opened its eyes and stared coldly at Yi Futian. That was not the look of the black-winged condor, but rather the demon bird. On Sky Mountain, at the instant when the bell rang, many people gave a muffled humph and their faces turned pale. Although their levels were not very high, the pressure they were experiencing rose significantly with the ring, shaking their minds. After so many days, another ringing of the bell came from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a powerful, invisible sound wave swept across. Immediately, the shirts of many started to wave fiercely in the air and countless people closed their eyes. They only felt a storm running right through them, especially those whose levels were high. They felt that even their will was going to be crushed. The bell rang again. Many people were astonished. Nobody knew why the bell on Sky Mountain sounded off in the first place. Clang! This time, the ringing did not only occur once but twice. Many nobles spat much blood and their faces all turned pale. The more powerful people among the nobles received an even stronger hit. Which bastard did this? At the place where the cottage disciples were, Zhuge Hui's mouth was covered with blood. She cursed at Sky Mountain and looked extremely unhappy. She seemed to have felt a large magical bell being merged with Sky Mountain. It was exactly the magical bell that was ringing. Beside Hua Qingqing, the faces of Lady Yuxiao and Lu Nantian were also pale. Hua Qingqing lifted her head and stared at the peak of Sky Mountain. The bell was ringing continuously. What did this mean? She knew that Yi Futian was at the summit of Sky Mountain at the moment, playing the music left by the two emperors. Clang! Another bell ring sounded. Many people turned totally speechless. Zhuge Hui glanced at Sky Mountain in resentment, after which she turned around and left. Let's get out of this place, someone said. Then, many cultivators left the foot of the mountain directly. The cultivators from the cottage, the college, and Qin dynasty all left one after another. If they chose to remain here, they might be killed by the ringing eventually. The continuous ringing spread into the distance. It reached Shu City and spread towards places even further away. In the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, countless people looked at the Sky Mountain. Was this the sound of the two emperors? Nobody knew that the person ringing the bell was not an emperor but actually Yi Futian. If Zhuge Hui found out about this, she would probably take out the whip on her waist. After the 3 continuous rings, much of the evil aura had dissipated and even the illusory demon bird looked unstable. However, the black-winged condor was similarly in a state of misery. It coughed out blood continuously and its eyes were filled with evilness. "Little bird, are you still in there?" Yi Futian shouted. He stopped ringing the bell, for otherwise the black-winged condor would also be killed. His life spirit appeared and an appalling spiritual storm bloomed. The will on Sky Mountain merged wildly with the spiritual storm, along with the music. Then, the storm charged towards the black-winged condor. Yi Futian wanted to see if the condor was still its previous self. The spiritual storm entered the black-winged condor's mind. Yi Futian saw an endless darkness, but he did not give up. His brilliant will charged into the dark vortex. Then, he finally felt the existence of his emperor will. It was buried in the darkness but not destroyed. The demon bird could not eliminate emperor will. "Little bird," Yi Futian's will shouted. In the emperor will, an extremely weak willpower appeared. Yi Futian felt the existence of the black-winged condor. Tweet. Yi Futian heard a voice and was delightfully surprised. The black-winged condor was still alive. "I will merge emperor will into your will to help you fight against the power." Yi Futian communicated with the black-winged condor with his will. Then, he released his life spirit and dazzling emperor will was planted into the black-winged condor's mind continuously, along with the will on Sky Mountain. Together, they protected and merged with the black-winged condor's will. At this point, Yi Futian exited the black-winged condor's mind. His life spirit vanished and the evil aura engulfed the black-winged condor again. Yi Futian stared at the black-winged condor, paying close attention to its movements. Suddenly, a message from the black-winged condor appeared in his mind, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "All right. Be careful then," Yi Futian responded. Then, he turned around and charged out of the tunnel. Very quickly, he was back on Sky Mountain again. The snow was still dancing in the air. Yi Futian heaved out a long sigh and looked at Yu Sheng who was lying on the ground. A smile finally appeared on his face, as if he felt extremely relieved. He lied on the ground again. In Sky Mountain, the black-winged condor was still standing there. The dark light engulfed its body once again and the powerful evil will tried to invade its mind. Its body was enveloped in darkness, but this time, the black-winged condor's look was extremely sharp. It closed its eyes and endured everything went silent. Chapter 362, The King of Qin. Chapter 362, The King of Qin. The cultivators from various top forces retreated from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were still countless figures, but they were all below the noble plane. Only a minority of them was from top forces. People on Sky Mountain made their descent one after another. Slowly, those at the foot of the mountain also started to leave. After trying, they knew that even if the bell ring from the mountain was really the call of the emperors, they would not be able to get anything in the end. Of course, there were still many who were unwilling to leave, especially those from the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory. This towering Sky Mountain was a sacred land of the western region. Time passed by slowly. Many rumors spread at the foot of Sky Mountain. According to those who had just climbed down the mountain, they could hear an extremely elegant music coming from the snow dancing in the sky. That was due to the artistic conception that had fused with Sky Mountain when the two emperors played the piece in the past. There were also people who claimed that the bell ring from Sky Mountain, as well as the music, was formed because Donghuang the Great missed his best friend Emperor Yi Qing with whom he explored the world. Therefore, his will crossed over an endless amount of space and time and reached this place, affecting Sky Mountain and producing the ringing. Legends about the two emperors started to spread around again. Even today, many people still did not understand why Emperor Yi Qing died all of a sudden, and why Donghuang the Great ordered everyone to destroy Emperor Yi Qing's statues around the world. Was it because of his position? Sigh. The two intimate friends who had once roamed around the world together eventually stood opposite each other because of power, and it all ended with the death of one of them. However, even though Emperor Yi Qing had failed and died, Donghuang the Great would probably still miss him sometimes. People at the foot of Sky Mountain were chatting. I wonder what kind of people they are exactly. Too bad I was not born during that era to witness their legends, a young man said, smiling. The two emperors unified the world and must have experienced many difficulties. Suddenly, someone said, obviously they are people who care about the world. The few who were chatting turned their heads and saw an old man in ragged clothes walk beside them. He had a wine pot hanging on his shirt. The old man walked towards the foot of Sky Mountain and stood there with his hands behind his back. Staring at the summit of Sky Mountain, he actually seemed to possess an extraordinary temperament. Elder, why do you say so? The young man asked, smiling. If they do not care about the world, how can they become the masters of the world? The old man said emotionlessly. I don't believe that. A young man in blue shirt shook the folding fan in his hand and said, the rules of the world are set by strong cultivators. They can unify that world obviously because they have the absolute power to do so. The so-called care about the world is too hypocritical. Moreover, if you are speaking the truth, why did Emperor Yi Qing become a taboo? The old man smiled and shook his head but did not argue with the young man. Elder, so here you are. I have spent so long looking for you. Suddenly, a girl in a green dress walked over from the distance. She was delighted upon seeing the old man. Seeing the girl, the old man shook his head and smiling, he said, Girl, the fate between the two of us has ended. You don't have to look for me anymore in the future. What fate are you talking about? I don't believe in that. Elder, I'll follow you in the future. Don't leave me behind, the girl said affectionately. Don't worry. In the future, I will cook nice food for you every day. The elder shook his head. My fifth son can cook very well. I have not tasted it for too long. I'm going back. The girl froze and seemed very upset. Elder, so you're going back home? The old man was lazy and had been wandering outside. She always thought that he did not have a home. Yup. The old man smiled and nodded. Then allow me to go to your place. I can massage you, the girl said, grinning. Smiling, the old man replied, My sixth daughter has also grown up by now and she is very obedient. My second daughter is very mischievous, but she will massage me as well. The girl stared at him with her eyes widened. Sixth daughter? He has so many children. Based on your appearance, I am definitely better looking than your second and sixth daughters, the girl said with her eyes widened. My second daughter is really beautiful. I'm sure nobody in the Eastern Barren Territory will object to this after seeing her. My sixth daughter is also prettier than you. Thinking about those two girls, the old man smiled. Then why are you here instead of at home? The girl pouted and was somewhat unhappy. The old man looked at Sky Mountain and said, I am waiting for someone whom I may be waiting for. This sentence sounded very awkward. The girl did not know what he meant and also looked up at Sky Mountain. Waiting for someone whom he may be waiting for? Who is that? The young man beside them had been listening to their conversation all along. He looked at the old man in bemusement and said uncontrollably, He's mad. The girl blinked and found his words very reasonable. This old man had been speaking ridiculous words every day. He must be mad. The old man stared at the young man, stunned. Then, he shook his head, feeling speechless. Am I mad? The young people nowadays. The year 10003 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was slowly coming to an end. In this year, many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the start of the year, Qin dynasty and Donghua clan allied through marriage and established Dongqin College, while Gu Donglu won Lu Nantian in the challenge. Then, Yi Futian encountered an assassination and Qin dynasty officially started on their path to revive their kingdom. In this year, much blood had been shed in the Eastern Barren Territory. An ultimate battle almost broke out at the foot of Sky Mountain. The second disciple of the cottage was dominant enough and actively fought against Qinyu, shocking all the forces including Qin dynasty itself. Otherwise, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory would have been killed. Nevertheless, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory could feel that it was destined to be a rough year. The storm would sooner or later sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Li's death was certainly a cause of this. Qin Yu returned to Qin dynasty and reported to the king of Qin. At that moment, the king of Qin was sitting in front of the pool in his pavilion and fishing. Listening quietly to Qin Yu's report, his expression did not change much. In fact, he knew about Qin Li's death even before Qin Yu did. He was, after all, in the Qin imperial palace. On Sky Mountain, one of his daughters and one of his grandsons died. Qin Mingrua and Qin Li were different from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was the son of his concubine and his talent was actually bewitchment, which was really embarrassing. In addition, he even wanted to inherit the throne, which was ridiculous. However, because that particular concubine was really good at a certain area, he had always been pretending to love Qin Yuan. Cultivators had to enjoy themselves sometimes, after all, but in reality, among all his children Qin Yuan was the one most disliked, or even hated, by him. On the other hand, Qin Mingrua was his youngest daughter and also one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had always loved her. She was married to someone in Donghua clan for a purpose, and because of this he always thought that he owed her much. Qin Li was his favorite grandchild. Qin Gu was also very outstanding among his offspring. They all died because of the cottage. We have been doing many things to the cottage, but it seems that we're always the one that loses ultimately. Now, Mingrua and Lear have both died, the king of Qin said. His tone was very calm, but there was some coldness hidden in the calmness. Qin dynasty had indeed shocked the other forces in the Eastern Barren Territory by destroying the Lu kingdom. However, they seemed to have lost in all their encounters with the cottage. Although the power of the second disciple of the cottage is beyond our expectations, it is actually normal that she can defeat you. After all, she is ranked above Gu Donglu. If she similarly has a sage ritual implement, she can obviously defeat you. It is only that I did not expect you to lose so badly, the king continued. Of course, you should understand that we have never really been afraid of the second disciple, or sword saint. Qin Yu stood beside the king, listening quietly to his words. His father had conferred him as the crown prince and he had been managing Qin dynasty from then on, while his father stopped managing all the issues. However, he knew clearly that his father was the real backbone of the Qin dynasty. Many people in the world claim that Mr. Du does not know how to cultivate. But how can someone who does not know this teach such a group of disciples? Furthermore, these disciples are so obedient. Do you believe in that? The king of Qin glanced at Qin Yu. Smiling, he shook his head, as if he was mocking something. Moreover, he is a person who does not seem to have existed at all. Over these years, we have tried many times and failed. I think that Mr. Du from the cottage is not only very strong, but also very skilled in hiding himself, or maybe camouflage. Perhaps, even if he stands right in front of you, you will not be able to recognize him. The king of Qin sighed. We have such an opponent who has been watching in darkness. If he does not show up, how can I make my move? However, until today, many of my children and grandchildren have died. We have not even seen Mr. Du for once, not to mention about finding out how strong he is. Just the cottage disciples alone have brought us much trouble." The king gave a self-mocking smile and shook his head. "Nevertheless, we finally have a piece of good news." "What news?" Qin Yu asked. He did not see any good news at all. Every time, the cottage displays its overpowering dominance and shocks everyone else. The appearance of Sword Saint Qin Ji's death, and the counterattack from the second disciple. Every time, the cottage is telling us not to move easily. But this is also precisely telling us that the cottage has its own concerns. It seems like Mr. Du is not invincible after all. The king of Qin smiled. His eyes were filled with intelligence and insight. He indeed seemed to be circumspect and far-sighted. Then, he ordered coldly, "Go and invite the leader of Donghua clan here. Then, go to Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. Since they have stepped onto our ship, they can stop thinking about muddling through." His eyes were filled with coldness. Sometimes, when one declared one's position, many things would be destined. Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple already had no other choice. "All right." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with sharpness. It seemed that his father was really going to make a move this time. Even the king of Qin could not tolerate the death of Qin Mingrua and Qin Li. Yi Futian is from the 100 Lands. According to Qin Li that time, he has some seniors and friends there. "Should we?" Qin Yu's eyes were flashing with coldness. "That's an ungentlemanly trick." The king shook his head. "Destroying the Lu kingdom can prove the power of our dynasty. On the other hand, what can killing those people do apart from making us feel better? Since Qin Li was killed by Yi Futian in a battle, we'll kill Yi Futian. You need to remember that in the future, you will be the king of Qin, the king of the Eastern Barren Territory. Some things will bring disgrace to your position. Do not let the others have a chance to laugh at you." "Yes, I get it." Qin Yu nodded. Then, he turned around and left the place. Chapter 363, Swordsman. Chapter 363, Swordsman. While the disturbance at Sky Mountain had yet to calm down, the leader of Donghua clan arrived at Qin dynasty personally. It was said that he was invited by the king of Qin. This was the meeting between the leaders of two of the three top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, so clearly it had an extraordinary significance. In particular, it occurred during such a sensitive period. The people in the Eastern Barren Territory could not help thinking about what it meant. There was probably only one topic that would require these two leaders to meet up and discuss: unifying the Eastern Barren Territory. Soon, Qin dynasty also invited the cultivators from Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. A big piece of news spread. Qin dynasty opened the tomb of their ancestors and allowed the strongest members of these top forces to enter. When people received the news, many realized that a real storm would sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory at any time. A few months ago, Qin dynasty had invited many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to a grand meeting, when Sword Saint appeared and shocked everyone present. However, at the moment it seemed likely that they would no longer be deterred. But this was normal as well. Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple had already declared their position a few months ago. Therefore, they could only follow the Qin dynasty as they had crossed the point of no return. In the Qin Imperial Palace, many people were in front of Qin Yu making a report. "Has he descended from the mountain?" Qin Yu asked coldly. "No." A person in front of Qin Yu shook his head. Although the people from various top forces had retreated from Sky Mountain, Qin Yu could obviously not tolerate Qin Li's death. He had still sent some cultivators below the noble plain to patrol at the foot of Sky Mountain and wait for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had actually not climbed down the mountain yet. It was also possible that he had descended from the mountain but in another direction so as to avoid any trouble. Sky Mountain was too huge and it was impossible for Qin Yu's men to surround the entire mountain. Did the people from Donghua clan confirm that Chu Yaoyao indeed had the chance to kill Yi Futian at that time? Qin Yu asked with a freezing look. The person before him replied, yes. According to them, Yi Futian had already lost the ability to battle and Chu Yaoyao was right there at that moment. Qin Yu clenched his fist and his expression was extremely icy. Chu Yaoyao was after all Qin Li's girlfriend. She was right there and certainly had the chance to kill Yi Futian, but she actually did not do so. Did she just watch Qin Li get killed? Has Chu Yaoyao come down from the mountain? Qin Yu questioned. Yes, she has returned to Moon Clan with the others. Qin Yu nodded and coldness was flashing in his eyes. He would wait and see if Chu Yaoyao and Moon Clan would behave sensibly. If not, he would not mind destroying one more force. His son Qin Li would not have died for nothing. The 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was approaching its end. The leader of Fuyan's sword clan, Han Ruoshui, had returned to the first summit of the clan. At the moment, he was holding a sword which was emitting a wave of coldness into the surrounding. He stared at the sword, where he could see his reflection as well as the sharp look in his eyes. This was a famous sword named the Alcade. It was used by the best swordsmen in the Eastern Barren territory a few hundreds ago. Nobody expected it to actually be kept in Qin dynasty's tomb. Now, it belonged to him. Qin dynasty wanted to revive itself in the Eastern Barren territory. He had already made some promises to Qin dynasty. In fact, he had to make those promises, he did not have a choice. Senior. Many people whizzed over in the air and landed on the summit, looking at Han Ruoshui. Is he not here? Han Ruoshui asked. There were 7 summits on Fuyan Sword Clan but only 6 people present. The person who was absent was obviously the lord of the 7th summit, Gu Cheng. The few people present remained silent. For a long time the leader, Han Ruoshui, and the lord of the 7th summit, Gu Cheng, had been the strongest cultivators in Fuyan Sword Clan. However, Gu Cheng was more withdrawn and also more focused on cultivation. After the things regarding Yi Wuchen happened, the relationship between the 2 summits became more subtle, especially after Han Ruoshui expelled Yi Wuchen from Fuyan Sword Clan and commanded the rest to kill him should they encounter him outside. Gu Cheng was extremely dissatisfied with this decision. It seems like his heart no longer belongs to the clan, Han Ruoshui remarked emotionlessly. Just as he was talking, suddenly, an extremely sharp sword will erupted from the 7th summit. The sword will ascended into the sky and crushed everything in its path. Countless people in Fuyan Sword Clan stared at that location. Then, they saw a figure walk in the air and step into the blade of light. It's the 7th Lord. The disciples of Fuyan Sword Clan were all astonished. What was the 7th Lord doing? Han Ruoshui and the rest turned their heads and looked in that direction. He frowned slightly and was somewhat unhappy. In that direction, the person standing in the air swung his hand. Immediately, a beam of light charged towards the first summit. What's that? It's a sword post, someone exclaimed in shock. The beam of light penetrated across space and reached the first summit, continuing to fly towards the leader Han Ruoshui. Han Ruoshui extended his arm and grabbed the post with his fingers. He stared at Gu Cheng emotionlessly. Gu Cheng, lord of the 7th summit of Fuyan Sword Clan, would like to challenge the leader Han Ruoshui. A loud voice spread across the whole Fuyan Sword Clan. At this instant, everyone in the clan was astounded. They knew that the 7th Lord was unhappy with the leader but did not expect such a thing to happen. It's part of the rules of our clan for disciples to send sword posts in order to challenge one another. On the other hand, you are offending me by challenging me, Han Ruoshui said coldly. Give me a reason. Swordsmen do not bow and scrape. As the leader of Fuyan Sword Clan, you received benefits from Qin dynasty and want to listen to their orders. You are no longer suited to be a swordsman, and even more so to be our leader, Gu Cheng said from afar. His voice echoed within the 7 summits. Han Ruoshui sneered and said, as the leader of Fuyan Sword Clan, my responsibility is to ensure that our clan is safe from danger. Under this general trend, a straight sword would break too easily. I would rather break than bend. Gu Cheng said emotionlessly, "My disciple Yi Wuchen killed Qin Yuan because he deserved to die. Futian sword clan is weaker than the Qin dynasty. It is alright for you to expel Yi Wuchen from the clan to protect us. It is also alright for you to send someone to bring him back. But now, you have deviated further and further from the right path. Instead of becoming a lackey for others and living a petty life, we might as well dismiss Futian sword clan. A swordsman who has a sword in his heart has a sword in his hand. A Futian sword clan disciple who has the summit in his heart is in the clan. I have already dismissed the 7th summit of Futian sword clan. You're not in the position to make that decision." Han Ruoshui stepped forward and sword will whizzed in the air. "We who have different principles cannot work together. If I win, I will dismiss Futian sword clan, if you win, I die." Gu Cheng similarly walked forward. 2 beams of light charged towards each other. Countless members of Futian sword clan stared at the battle and could not keep calm. Today, the 2 most powerful cultivators in the clan were having a life-and-death battle because of differing values. An extremely appalling sword storm erupted in the sky above Futian sword clan. The 2 stood opposite each other but did not attack directly. They merely stood in the air. However, even though they were not doing anything, an earth-shattering sword will was born and pressed down from the sky. Enduring the sword will, many people felt as if their bodies were going to be torn apart. The 2 stood motionlessly in the air, but it was as if they had already fought countless times. They stared attentively at each other and were both very solemn. Although the 2 did not move, their eyes seemed to be filled with the reflection of swords. Finally, 2 afterimages appeared in the sky, charging towards one another. The 2 afterimages flashed and vanished immediately. In the sky above Futian sword clan, it seemed like the 2 had not moved at all. Suddenly, however, a terrifying beam of sword will formed in the sky and turned into a beam of light, shooting towards one of the mountains. Immediately, the summit of the mountain glowed with a dazzling radiance. A crack appeared at the center of the summit and the beam of light cut the mountain into 2 pieces directly. The people from various summits looked at that particular mountain. The blade of light at its center was not dissipating, as if it was going to exist forever. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the 2 people standing opposite each other. Some people noticed that the sword-yielding arm of the leader Han Ruoshui trembled. Blood flew down from his arm and onto the famous sword, the Alcade, which was glittering with light. "You lost," Han Ruoshui said. Gu Cheng glanced at the sword in Han Ruoshui's hand and sighed. "I did not lose. You indeed do not deserve to be the leader of our clan." After he finished speaking, many beams of sword will erupted from every part of his body. Then, everyone saw Gu Cheng's body being crushed directly. A beam of light ascended into the sky and charged towards the distance like a bolt of lightning. "He's dead." Everyone sighed. What was the beam of light that left? Han Ruoshui glanced at the distance and did not chase the beam of light. Turning around, he walked towards a palace on the first summit, remaining silent along the way. Blood flew down his arm continuously and dripped down from the sky. At the mountainside of Sky Mountain, a few people were cultivating in the snow. Yi Wuchen was sitting down cross-legged and sword will was circling his body. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang were also beside him. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Feeling Yi Wuchen's abnormal breathing, Lu Qinyu looked at him and asked softly, "What is it?" "I cannot remain calm. It's as if something is summoning and nearing me." "I have a bad feeling," Yi Wuchen replied. "Stop thinking too much," Lu Qinyu urged. Yi Wuchen looked at her. Stroking Lu Qinyu's beautiful hair with his right hand, he replied, "All right." "Why has he not returned yet?" Yi Shaoshi went up to find him and is also missing now. "I wonder if he has found him," Lu Feiyang said. Yi Wuchen looked at the top of Sky Mountain. Vaguely, he felt that Yi Futian had reached the peak of the mountain. "Stop worrying. Let's just wait." Yi Wuchen stood up and walked on the snow. He went in front of a cliff and stared at the distance, feeling uneasy. That feeling was also becoming more and more intense gradually. In the distance, a brilliant beam of light penetrated across endless space and charged into Sky Mountain with an astonishing speed. Yi Wuchen, who was standing there, suddenly felt his heart tremble. Then, he saw a blade of light charging right towards him. "Be careful!" Lu Chenyu shouted. However, Yi Wuchen did not dodge. The beam of light charged into his mind directly. Immediately, a frightening wave of sword will erupted from his body. "Wuchen!" Lu Chenyu's face turned pale as she ran towards Yi Wuchen. Lu Feiyang was also shocked. However, suddenly, a voice spread out from Yi Wuchen's body. "Wuchen, remember, a swordsman is neither arrogant nor impatient. A swordsman is brave and fearless. A swordsman never changes his original intention and always strikes forward." This was what Yi Wuchen's master, the seventh lord of Futian Sword Clan, had said to him on the first day he became a disciple. Today, the same words sounded off again on Sky Mountain. Hearing this voice, a drop of tear flew down from Yi Wuchen's eye and dripped onto the snow. Chapter 364, Set Up. Chapter 364, Set Up. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu both stood beside Yi Wuchen. They heard the voice and were filled with deep respect. A swordsman should indeed be like that. Lu Chenyu saw the tears at the corners of Yi Wuchen's eyes and felt pain for him. Immediately, she correctly guessed what had happened. A man would not shed tears easily. It was obvious to her why Yi Wuchen would cry at the moment. An extremely powerful sword was circling around Yi Wuchen, so Lu Chenyu could not go near him even though she wanted to. This sword should be the last gift from his master. The sword flew on Yi Wuchen's body and turned into a strong sword aura. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes and the snow falling down was crushed by the sword near his body. He was like a sword standing in the snowstorm. After a long while, the sword on Yi Wuchen finally dissipated. Lu Feiyang discovered that Yi Wuchen's temperament changed again. Yi Wuchen no longer felt as sharp, as if he was totally natural and had merged with the sky and the earth. This was because he had made a breakthrough. The Arcana Plane was where cultivators would coordinate with heaven and earth continuously in order to create a resonance between their powers and the natural forces in the world. Yi Wuchen lifted an head and allowed snow to fall onto his face. He did not mourn and did not even feel any sadness. On the contrary, he would only remember what his master had said. He would become the swordsman that his master hoped to see, one that would only advance forward. On the peak of Sky Mountain, Yi Futian was playing a piece of music, while Yu Sheng was sitting before him, cultivating. The music entered Yu Sheng's ears continuously. The snow that filled the sky turned into an endless amount of spiritual qi which poured down and enveloped Yu Sheng. However, a violent dark golden current was spreading out from Yu Sheng and resonating with the sky. A dark golden demonic power had buried him. Boom! Suddenly, a frightening current erupted and demonic filled the region. Yu Sheng opened his eyes and the darkness in his eyes slowly faded. The might from his body felt even stronger at the moment. Just like Yi Futian, both his martial arts and sorcery had broken through into the Arcana Plane. Although he did not main spells, he had never stopped cultivating his spiritual energy. "You're awake." Yi Futian stopped playing the music and smiled. Finally, they had settled everything on Sky Mountain. "Yup." Yu Sheng nodded and stood up. He looked around Sky Mountain and asked, "What happened here? And what is this music? It has such a strong artistic conception." "Yukio." "It was left behind by the two emperors," Yi Futian replied. "We have already been on Sky Mountain for very long. I wonder what the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory is like now. We should go back." "All right. Where is the condor?" Yu Sheng asked. "It's staying on Sky Mountain to cultivate. The environment is very beneficial for it," Yi Futian responded. Yu Sheng asked no more. Snow turned into a wind elemental spell which enveloped the two. Then, they flew down from the mountain along with the snow. They could clearly see every corner of Sky Mountain and so could find their friends easily. At the foot of Sky Mountain, there were still many people who had chosen to stay despite the fact that countless had left. From the mountain path, a group of people was walking down in the snow. They each had an outstanding temperament and were all very young, therefore attracting the attention of many. As the people below chatted, they all noticed the handsome young man at the center of the group. Yi Futian had come down from the mountain. The cottage disciple Yi Wuchen had killed Qin Li and a few others from Qin dynasty on Sky Mountain. Yu Sheng, who was beside him, had also killed Qin Mingrua, causing a great battle between Qin Yu and Zhu Gehui. At the moment, this group of people was walking down from Sky Mountain just like this. It seems like all our seniors have left. Yi Futian looked at the massive crowd before him. They had stayed on Sky Mountain for very long. In addition, he had created the bell rings previously. It was obvious that his second sister and third brother were also injured by the ringing. Should he keep this a secret? Among the crowd, an old man who was sitting in the snow stared at the group of people walking down the mountain. He squinted slightly and smiled. It was his first time seeing that guy. The girl in the green dress was still beside him. She also looked at those people and said, "So they are the legendary cottage disciples." Cottage disciples were absolute legends to many in the Eastern Barren territory, especially the first three disciples. They were already among the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren territory. The old man stood up and said to the girl, "Look at them. Do you think they have my temperament?" "You." The eyes of the girl in green dress were filled with disdain as she said, "Elder, you are certainly a powerful cultivator, but don't try to boast." The old man pointed at Yi Futian and his team and said, "You don't believe me? Look at the pretty girl there. That's my sixth disciple. The fat guy beside her is my seventh disciple. The one in the middle who is the most looking should be the eighth. Elder, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. From what you have said, the second daughter you were talking about is the second disciple of the cottage. So you're Mr. Du from the cottage," the girl in a green dress said with much contempt. "Cough, cough." The old man patted his shirt to remove the snow and said in a serious tone, "Let's stay low." The girl blinked her eyes, after which she burst into laughter. Seeing her reaction, the old man widened his eyes. Did she not believe him? All of a sudden, a group of people walked out from the crowd and towards Yi Futian's team, blocking their way. "Elder, look. I think they are from Qin dynasty." The girl in the green dress looked nervous. If Qin dynasty did leave anyone behind, their task would definitely be to kill Yi Futian. The people who appeared before Yi Futian were indeed from Qin dynasty. Seeing them, the disciples from Sword Saint Mountain similarly walked up. Clearly, Sword Saint Mountain had also left quite many people behind at the foot of Sky Mountain. This was the western region after all, and Sword Saint Mountain was the closest force. If you attack them, you will not be able to leave the western region alive, a cultivator from Sword Saint Mountain warned. The eyes of those from Qin dynasty sparkled and their looks turned cold. Behind them, two people stepped forward and released an appalling aura. They were both nobles. "Kill him." The two people charged towards Yi Futian in the air. A terrifying might swept out and engulfed Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at them with some sharpness in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful current started to flow on Sky Mountain. Clang! The bell rang again and its sound turned into a gigantic wave, sweeping across the foot of the mountain. The two nobles lifted their heads and looked at Sky Mountain. They could feel an invisible magical bell crushing towards their bodies along with the ringing. Bang! The horrifying sound wave passed through their bodies. The two nobles gave a muffled humph each and fell from the sky immediately. Their faces turned pale as they spat out much blood. Clang! Clang! The bell on Sky Mountain rang continuously. Even the vast earth seemed to be shaking along with it. Countless people closed their eyes and put their hands in front of them as they tried to stand still. However, even so, they still felt a strong impact and their hearts raced. The shirt of the old man standing in the snow danced in the air. At the moment, there seemed to be a beam of light flowing on his body, protecting him from the sound. At the same time, he looked up at Sky Mountain. Was it a coincidence that the bell on Sky Mountain rang now? He would not believe so. The two nobles were impacted by the sound waves continuously and spat much blood. They both felt somewhat numb from the impact and could not stand properly. Just now when the bell on Sky Mountain rang, all the nobles left. However, in order to kill Yi Futian, Qin Yu had sent them back again. Little did they expect the bell on Sky Mountain to ring again when they were about to make their attack. Just when they were feeling dazed, they suddenly felt an imminent danger approaching them from the front. Lifting their heads, they saw a blade of light striking towards them. Clang! The ringing came again. The two nobles could not stand still and felt as if their minds were going to explode. The blade of light flashed and blood bloomed out. The two nobles extended their arms and held their throats with their hands. They widened their eyes, not resigned to their fate. How could they die like this? The ringing finally stopped. The crowd slowly recovered from the shock. When they saw the two nobles lying on the ground, they were all astonished. Was this fate? The two nobles actually died in such a ridiculous way. Moreover, after they died, the ringing stopped immediately. If this was not fate, someone on Sky Mountain must be helping Yi Futian. But that was clearly even more impossible. The people from the Qin dynasty walked up to the two corpses. Their faces were as dark as they could possibly get. Let's go. Yi Futian and his team were also not bothered to fight the rest, and they simply ignored the people from Qin dynasty. The members of Qin dynasty also did not dare to stop them anymore. The two nobles were all they had to kill Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked, suddenly, another person blocked in their way. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. The person before him was an old man in ragged clothes. He put his hands at his back and stared at Yi Futian with an interested look. Beitang Xinger wanted to walk forward, but Yi Xiaoshi pulled her back and hinted at her. Seeing Yi Xiaoshi's evil grin, Beitang Xinger widened her eyes at him. Yi Xiaoshi was trying to set Yi Futian up. "Elder, what is it?" Yi Futian asked with a weird look. The old man did not speak and continued to look at him. His eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. Yi Futian was totally speechless. Then, he tried to bypass the old man. However, the old man moved and continued to block his way, after which he asked, "Where are you from?" "A far, insignificant place," Yi Futian replied. "Elder, are you looking for me?" "Your age?" the old man asked again. Yi Futian's face darkened, but he still replied, "About 20. 20. The old man seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he smiled at Yi Futian. "Call me master." "Heir." Yi Futian did not know how to react. Was this old man crazy? "Sorry, my old man is mad." The girl in green shirt beside them ran up and wanted to pull the old man to the side. The old man's face immediately darkened. Cough, cough. The old man cleared his throat and looked at Beitang Xinger and Yi Xiaoshi. He stood there with his head held high and acted like he was a famous person. "Take care of him properly. Don't let him come out like this again." Yi Futian smiled at the girl in the green dress. The old man was too funny. Suddenly, Beitang Xinger pulled Yi Futian's sleeve. "Sister Xinger, what's up?" Yi Futian asked. Beitang Xinger signaled at Yi Futian with her eyes. Then, she walked up and said to the old man, "Master, why are you here?" Yi Xiaoshi also ran up and said in a charming tone, "Master, how are you recently? I miss you so much." Yi Futian blinked his eyes only to realize that the old man was smiling and staring at him. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Now it was really awkward for him. Yi Xiaoshi, this bastard. Now I'm done for. Chapter 365, Gossip in the Cottage. Chapter 365, Gossip in the Cottage. In the divine capital, Book Mountain was particularly lively at the moment. Mr. Du from the cottage had returned. Although college disciples did not know much about Mr. Du, it did not affect the image of Mr. Du, the old man who was said not to know how to cultivate, in their minds. Since the first 3 disciples of the cottage were all so powerful, it further displayed how extraordinary their master must be. Perhaps some people would think that Mr. Du was lucky and all his disciples happened to be extremely talented. This was a fact, but why would he get these disciples in the first place? And why did the cottage disciples follow him willingly? This alone was enough for the rest to ponder. That time when Sword Saint became famous, countless people yearned for a place in the cottage. Later, Gu Donglu also became famous and the name of the cottage shook the entire Eastern Barren territory, attracting the attention of everyone. Now, after the battle between the second disciple and Qin Yu on Sky Mountain, this particular summit on Book Mountain had already become a legend. Even the members of the college were curious about what kind of mysterious place the cottage was. There was obviously nothing special about the place itself. Yi Futian and his team walked up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu and the rest who had received the news came out to welcome them. Second sister, third brother, Yi Futian shouted, smiling. The 2 nodded in return. However, the second sister only looked at Mr. Du. Her usually happy eyes looked somewhat wronged at the moment as she said softly, Master, you have left us for so long. Now you finally returned. The old man smiled and said, Girl, I returned because I know that you will miss me. Although Yi Futian already knew on their way that Mr. Du would address his second sister like this, he still felt somewhat weird when Mr. Du really called so before her. You know that I miss you. Even though you are here now, will you slip away again someday? The second sister looked at her master with her eyes filled with suspicion. Even if I leave, I will leave properly. What's slip away? The old man then looked at Gu Donglu and said, 3, what do you say? Master, whatever you say is obviously correct. Gu Donglu nodded seriously. Yup, I think that you are better to me, unlike some girl. Sigh, she is not even as obedient as some other girls outside. The old man shook his head and sighed, after which he walked forward with his head held high. Master, I'm just afraid that you will leave us here again. Zhuge Hui walked up to Mr. Du and grabbed his arm. That's better, the old man nodded in satisfaction. The second sister raised her head and realized that Shui Yi and Luo Fan were staring at her. Smiling, she put her hand on her belt and said, What are you looking at? Go and cook some good food for the master. The 2 immediately shivered. After they returned from Sky Mountain, the second sister had always been doing a little action, touching her belt. This action was indeed frightening. Master, sister, wait for a short while. I will go and cook now, Luo Fan said without hesitation. Then, he quickly fled from the place. Yi Futian rolled his eyes. The second sister was grabbing the master's arm like a little girl, while the arrogant third brother was standing beside the master quietly. From the scene, it was obvious what position the master had in the cottage. It seemed like whether he could have a happy life in the future would depend very much on the master. Thinking about this, he widened his eyes at Yi Shaoshi who was beside him. Because of him, the master had such a bad first impression. Yi Futian hoped that the master would not mind that incident. Yi Shaoshi, however, did not seem to have noticed anything as he continued to walk forward in silence. The group arrived at the hut where Luo Fan and Shui Yi were busy cooking. The master sat down, and the second sister also sat down beside him. The third brother remained standing, so Yi Futian and the rest clearly did not dare to sit down. Why are you all looking at me? Sit down. The old man widened his eyes at everyone. Yes, master. The third brother nodded and sat down. Only then did the rest follow. Master, when you were not here, I took a disciple privately, Futian. You have also met with him. Yu Sheng is Futian's good friend and is helping to cut wood in the cottage. Luolan Shui is Futian's servant and takes care of his accommodation, Gu Donglu said. Okay. The old man nodded. Smiling, he looked at Yi Futian and Luolan Shui and said, Kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Master, that time I actually did not want to agree to Luolan Shui becoming my servant. However, the brothers and sisters told me that you may return to the cottage anytime. Therefore, I asked her to stay here so that if you have anything, you can ask her for help, Yi Futian said, smiling. You started thinking for me before even seeing me. How filial. The old man smiled and looked at Yi Futian. That's what I should do. The second sister and third brother have told me that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master. They often remind me to show filial respect to you when I see you, Yi Futian continued, grinning. Although Mr. Du had been smiling and looked very friendly, Yi Futian felt that Mr. Du was able to see through him, causing him to feel somewhat stressed. Terrific. Luo Fan, who was cooking, looked at Yi Futian in admirable. When Yi Futian said this, he also complimented the second sister and third brother. Yi Shaoshi also sighed in his heart. He had yet to learn Yi Futian's skills. Little brother is right. In the cottage, apart from Xing'er, little brother has always been the most obedient one, the second sister said, smiling. Second sister, you're the best. Yi Futian was somewhat touched. The old man nodded and said, recently the Eastern Barren territory is not peaceful. Girl, didn't I warn you against fighting easily outside? Master, I also did not want to, but someone really needed a good beating, so I had to fight. Furthermore, if we did not do that, they would probably send an army here directly. Since you don't care about this, what else can I do? The second sister said, feeling wronged. Perhaps we will only be able to see this side of second sister in front of the master, Yi Futian thought. The old man sighed and said, try not to fight anymore. I know. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Master, now the Eastern Barren territory is in a mess. Qin dynasty is wildly ambitious and has opened the tomb of their ancestors. Now, they even invited Donghua clan, Fuyun sword clan, and Royal Xian temple to enter the tomb and cultivate. If Qin dynasty really leads various forces in the Eastern Barren territory and come here, what should we do? Gu Donglu asked. In the past, the master was absent, so he and Zhuge Hui managed everything in the cottage and made decisions themselves. Now the master was back, so he obviously had to ask the master for his opinions. I don't even understand why they are fighting for a place like the Eastern Barren territory. The old man shook his head. While I was outside, I heard that the Lu kingdom was destroyed. Futian, a few descendants of Lu kingdom are good friends with you, right? Are they the two people just now? Yup, Feiyang and Qinyu are my friends. I knew them before entering the cottage. Yi Futian nodded. How miserable. The old man shook his head and said, power and desire always blind people. In the past, I have warned you that because of your strength, you will naturally want to kill and have more desires. In the future, you must always remind yourself that the stronger you become, the more you should try keeping to your original self. Yes, everyone nodded. When they entered the cottage, the master had already reminded them about this. This time he was probably telling it to Yi Futian. Donglu, it's especially for you. You're too incisive and penetrating, the old man said to Gu Donglu. You should learn from your big brother. Over the years, I have been going to Sword Saint Mountain regularly to learn from him, Gu Donglu nodded. However, I still feel that if we encounter a force like Qin dynasty, one that would kill others easily to satisfy their own desires, we need to stop them by destroying them. If you are slightly stronger, I think you would have gone to Qin dynasty directly, right? The old man asked, looking at Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu remained silent. There were too many unfairness in the world and it was impossible for him to intervene with everything. The Lu kingdom did not have much of a relationship with the cottage, and what happened to it was quite irrelevant to them. However, their destruction happened right before everyone, and in particular, it affected the cottage disciples negatively. Hence, murderous thoughts began to develop in Gu Donglio's mind. Thus, when Qin Gu, a prince of Qin dynasty, came to Book Mountain for Yi Wuchen, Gu Donglu killed all the people from Qin dynasty. This was his sharpness. It is reasonable to stop their killing by killing them. I can't say that you're wrong. However, the people who have decided to eliminate the Lu kingdom are still the higher-ups in Qin dynasty. In every force, there are people of different kinds. For example, every member of the Qin dynasty has his own family and children. If we destroy the whole dynasty, how many innocent people will die? How will it be any different from the destruction of Lu Kingdom? The old man seemed to have turned more solemn. He continued in a serious tone, if one day, you can kill anyone with the sword in your hand, and you stop any unfairness you come across by killing the wrong party, how much blood will stain your hands? Moreover, even if you destroy the Qin dynasty, there will be a second Qin dynasty in the future. The world of cultivation is always like this. He who gains power gains desires. Stopping their killing by killing them will never change anything. Master, therefore you always teach us that humans are unpredictable. The only person who can change all these is the one who sets the rules, Gu Donglu said. I have just returned. Let's not talk about such a serious topic. 5. Is the food ready? The old man shouted, smiling. Yes. Master, you should eat first. Luo Fan and Shui started to serve the dishes. Master, eat more. Zhuge Hui helped the master to fill his bowl, while Beitang Xinger also served the master. Hearing the conversation between the master and third brother, Yi Futian had many thoughts in his mind. Qin dynasty was like this because the people who set the rules within the Qin dynasty were like this. According to ancient books, 300 years ago the divine prefectures of the East were in a total mess. Peace returned only after Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the world. Many schools and academies were built. That was why his hometown Qingzhou had Qingzhou Academy. However, even so, both Qingzhou Academy and Donghai Academy were filled with people with various selfish desires. Gumu from Qingzhou Academy and School of the Emperor Star in Donghai Academy were all like this. In any case, real emperors were still the people who could influence the world. Now, the master had established the cottage in the Eastern Barren territory which only had a few disciples. Perhaps, he was trying to build a different kind of place. Chapter 366, Arriving in Moon Clan. Chapter 366, Arriving in Moon Clan. Luo Fan and Shui finished cooking. Everyone ate while chatting. Girl, you've comprehended a bit of saintly will? The old man said. Yes. Zhuge Hui nodded. Yes, but I don't seem able to make the step. It's not easy. As the ancient books say, a saint knows the world and all creatures. He has an open heart. That is why I tell you all that you should cultivate your heart as well. Your heart has nothing to do with your plane, but it can determine your level. Some do not have great talents but have an extraordinary heart. Thus, they can still reach extremely high planes. In contrast, if your heart is not enough, your limit is already determined, no matter how talented you are. The elder spoke while eating. Yi Futian and the others listened carefully. No wonder his senior brothers and sisters respected their teachers so much. He wasn't very attractive, he looked careless and even a bit trashy, but when he spoke seriously, he was like a true master. Teacher said before that a saint isn't only a saint in their cultivation plane, Zhuge Hui said seriously. In that case, why can evil people reach this level too? Yi Futian had never seen his second senior sister ask for advice so seriously. This was the first time. An evil person doesn't necessarily have a closed heart, the elder said. Everyone holds on to their own views and has their own desires based on that. You may think he is evil, but in his eyes, his actions are just. For example, many people think that there are too many cultivators in the world. They think the resources are limited and should belong to the strong cultivators. Those who aren't ambitious are like ants who shouldn't be pitted. The weak should become slaves. Do you agree? Everyone started pondering about the teacher's words. They seemed simple but were actually quite deep. Of course not, Zhuge Hui said. There are many forces in the divine prefecture. For example, the top forces of the Eastern Barren territory take up different types of cultivation resources. A regular person isn't even able to find a simple battle technique. If they aren't lucky, they will be ordinary for their entire life. Not everyone in the world can find a good teacher. Everyone nodded, agreeing with their second senior sister. Her words resonated with Yi Futian deeply. He'd started in Qingzhou, city of the 100 lands. The people of Qingzhou didn't even know what the outside world was like. How could they compare in worldview and resources? I won't find it strange if other people think like this, but I'm surprised you think this way. The elder smiled at Zhuge Hui. Then, let me ask you, would you like for everyone in the world to have equal resources or for only you all to be part of the cottage? Zhuge Hui obviously understood what he was saying. She also knew that equality didn't exist in the world. All forces would only choose the most talented. Oftentimes, one's birth decided their starting point. Emperors and saints are only human. No one can think all this through. Many times, people will treat something differently if they look from a different angle. Thus, I hope that none of you will go to the extreme. Only someone with an open heart can see the world clearly. I cannot teach everyone in the world, so I chose you all. In the future, each of you will influence more people. For example, your first senior brother established the Sword Saint Mountain. That is heritage too. Those who are talented and work hard will naturally receive more. However, those with ordinary talents should be treated equally as well. At least, no one has the right to rob them of their efforts to change their fates. The elder continued, back then, the divine prefecture was in chaos. The weak were treated like ants. The two emperors ruled the world and taught them the way, establishing academies. This gave everyone an equal chance. Everyone had the chance to change their fate. Yi Futian seemed to understand. It was too complicated. The elder chuckled. I'm off topic again. In the future, you'll have more thoughts after leaving the Eastern Barren territory. My third, fourth, and fifth disciples, tell me about your cultivation. Did you slack off while I wasn't here? Teacher, I am untalented and only entered the grade 1 noble plane, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian looked at him speechlessly. Was he seriously calling himself untalented while in grade 1 noble plane? When Gu Donglu fought with Lu Nantian at the beginning of the year, he was still in grade 2. It seemed that the battle had helped him improve a lot. I am in grade 4, Shui said. Teacher, I'm in the middle tier, though only grade 6, Luo Fan said with a smile. Teacher, I'm still in the lower arcana plane, Beitang Xinger mumbled. I'm in upper arcana plane. Yi Shaoshi scratched his head. Yu Sheng and I broke into the arcana plane on Sky Mountain, Yi Futian said, smiling. Would the teacher praise him for entering the arcana plane before he turned 20? You're almost 20 years old and only just entered the arcana plane. The elder stared at Yi Futian with an exaggerated expression. Yi Futian blinked. Teacher, I'm only turning 20 next year. That doesn't matter. Xinger is younger than you, but her plane is higher. I don't know how you're cultivating, the man said mercilessly. But thankfully, you're lucky. You aren't as talented, but I'm your teacher. You still have a chance. Yi Futian wanted to argue, but he saw that Zhuge Hui was smiling at him and Gu Donglu looked serious. His temper died out. They'd told him before to respect the teacher. But his talent had been looked down on. Teacher, what plane are you in? Yi Futian asked curiously. I don't cultivate. The elder shook his head. Teacher, do you think I'll believe that? Yi Futian asked. Didn't you see at Sky Mountain? Did the bell have any effect on me? The man continued. Yi Futian froze. He hadn't thought of this, but it seemed to make sense now. Maybe it's because your plane is too high. Yi Futian asked, blinking. You think so? The man ate with his head down. He didn't look like it. Yi Futian was confused. So was he wrong and the teacher really didn't know how to cultivate? Yi Shaoshi tried not to laugh. Ever since Yi Futian came, his status had been dropping. Now, the teacher was back and this guy would finally get a taste of things. Ha! Even though your cultivation is low and you aren't talented, don't give up. I'm done eating, so you can come with me. I'll teach you well. I treat all my students equally. The man stood up and dusted himself. Ah! Yi Futian was perplexed. You aren't coming, the man said, walking away with his hands behind his back. Yi Futian scratched his head. He glanced at his seniors and saw them all looking at him, so he stood up. Yi Shaoshi finally couldn't keep his laughter in. The day had finally come. But then everyone turned to look at him and Yi Shaoshi felt that the mood was strange. Seeing all their strange eyes, he froze and looked to Yi Futian. Wait for no, Yi Shaoshi mumbled. Teacher just came back and he's going to help Junior. Since when was the teacher so diligent? You finally realized? Beitang Xing'er asked. Yi Shaoshi went completely blank. What was happening? Shaoshi, you can't figure out the teacher, Zhuge Hui said, chuckling. She obviously knew Yi Shaoshi had been gloating. In the Moon Clan, it was the annual banquet for testing the accomplishments of the disciples for this year. Right now, it was very lively. Many beauties were together, all looking to the beautiful battle before them. Both sides of the battle were gorgeous. One was Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon Clan. The one fighting her was equal in both looks and talent. It was Hua Jieyu who had been cultivating at the Xiaoye house. After returning from the 100 Lands, Hua Jieyu had been working hard. She'd improved greatly and was now in the Arcana plane. Yao Yao hadn't improved a lot this year. What happened? Someone asked. Chu Yao Yao was at this level last year and was still here now. Many people nodded. Maybe it was because of her relationship with Qin Li that caused her to slack in cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how talented Hua Jieyu was, she couldn't catch up in 1 year. Right now, a muffled grunt came from the battlefield. A spell hit Chu Yao Yao. Just as she was about to escape, endless vines restrained her, anchoring her to the ground. Before her, Hua Jieyu stood with a crown. She was as brilliant as a queen. That was her life spirit. Powerful spiritual strength radiated from her, influencing her every attack. Defeated. Chu Yao Yao looked depressed. She'd lost to the beautiful girl before her. Hua Jieyu retracted her spell and gazed at Chu Yao Yao. Not wanting to compete, she'd only wanted to cultivate quietly before. But she couldn't forget how Yi Futian had been treated when he came last time. She didn't want Yi Futian to go through that if he came to find her again. Thus, she had to compete. The surrounding people fell quiet. They knew what it meant if Chu Yao Yao lost. Many people looked over to the leader of the Moon Clan. She had witnessed this herself. Hua Jieyu will replace Chu Yao Yao as the virgin, she said. The crowd was in an uproar. How long had Hua Jieyu been here? She'd already replaced Chu Yao Yao. At this time, people from the distance were hurrying over. Goddess Wang Yue looked over and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as she spoke, she looked to the distance. There was a powerful aura coming from there. Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty has come for a visit, a voice said. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived with a dragon. He looked down at Goddess Wang Yue and smiled. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Please forgive me. Chapter 367, Mockery. Chapter 367, Mockery. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked up at the incoming figure. Their expressions changed slightly. Qin Yu came with a dragon without any prior notification. Standing arrogantly in the air, he was being very impolite. He wasn't the only one here either. There were also various dragons and strong cultivators. The people of the Moon Clan instantly felt pressure. The Qin dynasty wanted to ally with the entire eastern barren territory against the cottage. They wanted to become the king. If not for the Sword Saint's arrival months ago at the banquet, the alliance would have been formed already. Now, the Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple were apparently fully allied with the Qin dynasty. In this situation, the Moon Clan naturally wished to remain neutral, but it seemed difficult now. Since the crown prince is here, please take a seat. Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle and her eyes were calm. No one could guess what she was thinking, but actually, she was sighing inwardly too. The three top forces of the center were already at the peak. Now, two were allied and the Qin dynasty had excavated their ancestral tomb. There would be no suspense if they attacked the Moon Clan. The Lu kingdom had set the example. No need. I came today to say something, Qin Yu said nonchalantly. He made a direct rejection and remained in the air, looking down at Goddess Wang Yue. Many Moon Clan disciples were upset at this. Their pretty eyes turned cold, but no one dared to do anything. The Qin dynasty wouldn't dare to do this to the cottage. When Qin Gu had brought his men to the cottage, Gu Donglu had killed them all outside Book Mountain. That had been so powerful. Sometimes, people envied how free and chivalrous the cottage could be. Even their enemies probably both feared and respected them. Crown Prince, please speak, Goddess Wang Yue said calmly. Chu Yao Yao. Qin Yu's cold gaze fell to Chu Yao Yao, who was still on the battle platform. Yi Futian killed my son Qin Li on Sky Mountain. You are his fiancé. Why did you just stand there? Chu Yao Yao's face paled instantly. What must come would always come. Many people had seen Qin Li die before her. She couldn't refute Qin Yu's accusations. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked to her. All the pressure in the world fell onto her at this moment. Why aren't you speaking? Invisible might came from Qin Yu's body. I cannot explain, Chu Yao Yao said, looking up. Qin Yu's expression turned frigid. Did she think that was enough? The Moon Clan did not wish to see the death of the royal grandson, Goddess Wang Yue said. I can understand your feelings too. However, Yi Futian is responsible. You should go to him, rather than take your anger out on a woman. I naturally won't take my anger out on an unrelated person, Qin Yu said. However, she is my son's fiancée, but she didn't do anything. She didn't kill Yi Futian even after he lost the ability to fight. I have to suspect her. My son is dead but the marriage still stands. Chu Yao Yao is still the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty. Goddess, you won't mind if I take her to the Qin dynasty, right? Everyone in the Moon Clan was aghast. Since Qin Li was dead, the marriage naturally should be cancelled. But Qin Yu still wanted to take Chu Yao Yao away. He clearly didn't want to forgive her. They didn't know how she would be treated if she really went to the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu would do whatever he wished. Crown Prince, don't you think your words are a bit bizarre? Goddess Wang Yue said. He is dead but the marriage still stands. So are you saying that if my son is dead, there's no need to search for the reason? There is no need to investigate what his fiancée did either? The dragon under Qin Yu huffed. He stood on the dragon's head and his voice grew colder. Invisible might radiated from him. It seemed that if the Moon Clan dissatisfied him today, he would attack directly. The Moon Clan all looked uncomfortable. Chu Yao Yao looked around. She knew that they couldn't save her. Since Qin Yu had brought his men here, the result was already decided. Who in the Eastern Barren territory could counter the Qin dynasty other than the cottage? I'll go, Chu Yao Yao suddenly said. Her pretty eyes were determined. When she spoke, she looked relieved. She had chosen this path. Since it was the wrong path, she would pay for it. She naturally had her own motives when she'd accepted Qin Li's pursuit. Now, she had to bear the consequences. Hearing Chu Yao Yao's words, many people went to look at her. She smiled faintly as if she didn't really care. Looking up at Qin Yu, she said, I am willing to go to the Qin dynasty with you. Qin Li's death has nothing to do with me and I couldn't kill Yi Futian, but all of this is meaningless. I'll go with you. With that, she rose into the air. She looked down at Hua Jieyu with some envy. A dragon moved forward to take her. However, Qin Yu didn't show any sign of leaving. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at him. Anything else we can help you with? There is indeed. It is my main reason for coming, Qin Yu said. Goddess, I've heard of you and look up to you. I didn't come here today just for myself. I also bring the wishes of my father and the leaders of the Donghua clan and Futian clan to invite you to join us in ruling the Eastern Barren territory. Since he came, he must take care of Chu Yaoyao's matter. However, he wouldn't do all this just for her. The one he wanted to kill was Yi Futian. He wanted to destroy the cottage. I do not have that ambition. Crown Prince, please tell Emperor Qin and the other clan leaders that I must disappoint them. Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle. The cottage is unjust and murders the innocent. Many royal lives of the Qin dynasty were lost in their hands. The Eastern Barren territory will attack them together. Goddess, you are one of the leaders of a top force. How can you sit without doing anything? Qin Yu continued, Goddess, do not worry. To show our sincerity, we wish to have a marriage alliance. My son is dead, but there are still many excellent juniors. Coincidentally, the Moon clan chose a new virgin today. She can marry into the Qin dynasty. What do you think? The disciples of the Moon clan stared. This was Qin Yu's true motive today. He wanted to force the Moon clan to choose. As for the marriage, it was even more of a joke. They were sure that Qin Yu knew who the new virgin was. The only reason he wanted to take Hua Jieyu away was to provoke Yi Futian. Relatives shouldn't be involved in these things. Hua Jieyu was only a girlfriend and was also a disciple of a top force. Qin Yu's words were extremely impolite, even a bit insulting. He was clearly pressuring the Moon clan, wanting to take over them. Further, it wasn't just the Qin dynasty pressuring the Moon clan now. It was the alliance of 4 top forces. If they agreed, they would live. If they refused, they would die. The Moon clan was facing what the Lu kingdom had faced. Last time, the Qin dynasty found an excuse to attack. This time, they were even more direct. The Qin dynasty was stronger now too. They wanted to destroy 2 top forces in a row. They were so cruel. Hua Jieyu gazed at Goddess Wang Yue. Obviously, she wouldn't go with Qin Yu. Goddess Wang Yue fell silent. Then she looked to Qin Yu and said, the Moon clan doesn't wish to be involved in the rivalry between the Qin dynasty and cottage. Hua Jieyu is our virgin. I will ask of her opinion on the marriage. If you have nothing else to say, please return. She rejected him. All Moon clan disciples present held their breaths. An invisible force enveloped them. They knew what Goddess Wang Yue's rejection meant. It was highly possible they couldn't bear the consequences. Goddess, do you not care about justice? Qin Yu asked coldly. He scanned the others and said, I believe that not everyone in the Moon clan is as confused as Goddess Wang Yue. Does anyone wish to accomplish something great with the Qin dynasty? Many hearts trembled. Before the Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom, they'd separated many lords and officials of the Lu kingdom. Apparently, those traitors were in charge of the current Lu kingdom. Now, Qin Yu clearly wanted to attack the Moon clan. He asked who wished to follow them to divide them. Junior sister, the Crown Prince's words aren't completely illogical, someone suddenly said. It was Yan Feihong, leader of the Qianyue Pavilion, master of Chu Yaoyao. Her status was very high. She was Goddess Wang Yue's senior sister. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at Yan Feihong, her eyes turning cold. Yan Feihong's eyes flitted away. She didn't dare meet Goddess Wang Yue's eyes. Though she was older, her junior sister was more excellent and had a very decisive personality. However, faced with the Qin dynasty's pressure, the Moon clan had no other choices. She had to think for herself. Senior Yen knows how valuable justice is. People like you should be the leader of the Moon clan, Qin Yu said. Anyone else? Shut up, Goddess Wang Yue said coldly to Qin Yu. As soon as she spoke, the air turned chillier. Qin Yu's smile froze. He stared down at Goddess Wang Yue. He grasped the dragon spear and a dragon's image wrapped around the tip. Goddess Wang Yue stood up. Her robes fluttered without any wind. She wasn't young, but she only looked around 30 years old. Her aura was cold and cool. She had once been the beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory, but she was still single now. Qinyu, how did you feel to be whipped like a dog by the cottage's second disciple at the foot of Sky Mountain? Goddess Wangyue mocked. The one who killed your son is Yi Futian of the cottage. You don't dare go to him, so you come to flaunt your power here. Don't you think it is embarrassing for someone so cowardly to become the king of the Eastern Barren Territory? Since they would fight, there was no need to be polite. As the goddess Wangyue, she was as pure as jade. But this didn't mean that she was soft. Chapter 368, Sister-in-Law. Chapter 368, Sister-in-Law. In the silence, only goddess Wanyue's voice could be heard. Qinyu froze, but then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People of the Moon Clan were also stunned. They didn't expect that their gentle and beautiful fairy would scold Qinyu in such a tone, but her emotional outburst was understandable. The Qin dynasty was really rude and unreasonable. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory all knew the dispute between the Qin dynasty and the cottage. But the Qin dynasty had been balking at confronting with the cottage. They knocked down the Lu kingdom only to show their strength. Now they planned to get the Moon Clan involved in this dispute. The air grew oppressive. Qinyu and goddess Wangyue gazed at each other coldly. Some people came from the Moon Tower and descended beside the fairy. Though the head of the Moon Clan, goddess Wanyue's seniority in the clan was not very high. Among those comers, many were her seniors. It is surprising to know that goddess Wangyue is so resolute. Qinyu suddenly laughed scornfully. What a shame. You have so many disciples here. Let me ask again. Whoever follows the Qin dynasty can be exempted. Qinyu glanced at the crowd. Many wavered. Yan Feihong stepped forward and spoke up. I would like to follow the Qin dynasty. Would anyone like to join me? Hearing her words, many people rose up, including a few talented disciples. Master Yan. Chu Yao Yao looked at Yan Feihong in disappointment. Yan Feihong, does the Moon Clan not treat you well? An old lady questioned her coldly. Senior, this is the only way out. Going against the trend is no good for the Moon Clan. Can you persuade them? I don't want to see them die, Yan Feihong responded. Good. At least I know what kind of people you are now. When the clan is in danger, you cower and even betray the clan. There is no need for such kind of people to stay anymore. Goddess Wangyue didn't care about the betrayal. She looked at her people and sighed. As the head of the Moon Clan, I always choose to stay away from the chaotic of the Eastern Barren Territory. But there are always some people who just want to provoke me. You know this is inevitable. Why do you still choose this way? In the air, Qinyu held his threatening long spear in hand. The long spear spun and dragon's roar was heard. Qinyu, you think you are the smartest in the Eastern Barren Territory? No. Others just won't do it in your ways. You want us to get involved in this war? Okay, I'll satisfy you, Goddess Wangyue said apathetically. Qinyu didn't say anything else. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, and the royal Xian temple had allied. The cottage was their only concern. The Moon clan was so rebellious. In that case, he would exterminate this rebellious clan. The long spear emitted blazing golden light in the air. Numerous mighty dragons surrounded Qinyu. Suddenly, some soaring sharp sword will appeared beside him. Obviously, the Qin dynasty was not the only comer. It seems that both the Futian sword clan and royal Xian temple chose to be loyal dogs. How pathetic it is. Goddess Wangyue scorned. She distinguished the three lords of the Futian sword clan as well as the three heads of the royal Xian temple. With them, Qinyu was definitely a far more powerful force than what the Lu kingdom had confronted with before. It was obvious that the Qin dynasty had learned a lesson from the fight with the Lu kingdom. At that time, if Emperor Lu was not absent, Qin Yu's group might not have defeated the Lu kingdom so easily. All the disciples of the Moon Clan could feel the predicament they were in. At this time, Goddess Wang Yue rose into the sky. An enormous Kunpeng appeared behind her, overshadowing the sky. When the Kunpeng appeared, an extremely icy breath rolled over. All the steam in the air liquefied into a substantial rain. A rainstorm suddenly came to the Moon Clan. The Kunpeng was Goddess Wang Yue's life spirit. With her level, her life spirit had grown very mighty and condensed into substantial giant Kunpeng. Since Kunpengs evolved from fish, they had both strong spells of wind and water. Goddess Wang Yue was at the top of the noble plane, almost becoming a sage. Controlling the forces of nature like rain and wind was very easy to her. A crescent moon loomed behind the fairy at this time, reflecting the vast space like an ancient mirror. This was her second life spirit. It's the moon mirror. Qin Yu looked at that dharma that included the Moon Clan's heirloom. The moon mirror was the origin of the Moon Clan's name. The moon mirror was a sage-level ritual implement. Every top force's creation had a story. The thriving of the Lu kingdom was because of the Saint Turtle, whereas the Moon Clan became a top force because of this ritual implement. Be careful. Let me fight with her, Qin Yu said seriously. Goddess Wang Yue with the moon mirror was a great threat to him. Though not having been in a battle for a long while, Goddess Wang Yue was known to be best at a one versus many fight. Right now, Goddess Wang Yue looked more beautiful and extraordinary like a snow goddess. Her beautiful cold eyes peered at the sky and then beams of moonlight swept through behind her. Raindrops in the air were all frozen into ice. In an instant, extremely cold air covered this place. The world turned snow-white. The dragons around Qin Yu growled. Their enormous bodies gradually froze. The strong cultivators on dragons also felt their mentality froze. Soon, their bodies were turned into ice sculptures. This was Ice Sorrow, a spell mixing cold ice spell with spiritual energy. Qin Yu's body emitted the sharp aura of the gold attribute. He rode his dragon and rushed downward. He slashed the spear down. Those dragons around him were covered with snow but still moved on. Qin Yu rushed toward the fairy-like gold lightning. Among the people here, only he was at the same level as Goddess Wang Yue. The masters from the Futian Sword Clan and the Royal Xian Temple were all weaker. Without the help of a sage-level ritual implement, others couldn't be Goddess Wang Yue's match at all. Qin Yu had to deal with this himself. Though they had the advantage in number, Goddess Wang Yue could still very possibly win with the ritual implement. Qin Yu was good at martial arts while Goddess Wang Yue only cultivated sorcery. To get closer to her would definitely be best for Qin Yu. The Kunpeng rushed toward the dragon. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at Qin Yu. The moon behind her melted with the ritual implement and sent blazing lights toward Qin Yu. Trembling, Qin Yu held his mentality and a suit of resplendent armor appeared on his body. The freezing attributes couldn't stop him anymore. He rushed down toward the fairy. At this time, a pair of ice wings appeared behind Goddess Wang Yue like the Kunpeng's wings. She gathered the attribute of wind and then a violent tornado moved toward Qin Yu. She quickly rose up higher at an amazing speed. Qin Yu ripped apart the tornado. He glanced at the fairy up in the sky and sneered. Goddess Wang Yue was good at the wind attribute, of course, he couldn't catch up with her. But if the fairy chose to escape, she couldn't protect others. They would be killed. Bang! An extremely keen intent burst out. A glaring golden light fell down and covered the whole Moon Clan. At this moment, all people of the Moon Clan were terrified. Goddess Wang Yue was the only one that could confront Qin Yu. At this time on another battleground, a strong cultivator of the Royal Xian Temple went down to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's face changed a little. With wind sorcery, she escaped, but the enemy in the noble plane. How could she escape? She was caught soon. Suddenly, a glaring light came from afar. It was as fast as lightning. Even the air was quaking. Whoosh! The noble who caught Hua Jieyu was split into two. That glaring light stopped and stayed above Hua Jieyu's head. A shrill sound was heard from the light and a horrible image loomed. It was Broadsword Will. Seeing there was still someone rushing toward Hua Jieyu, that broadsword will turned into lightning again and split the comber. Blood splashed in the air. Those coming noble cultivators were killed one by one. Then the broadsword will rushed toward Qinyu. He waved his long spear and pierced toward the lightning. The lightning was diminished but Qinyu's face paled. In the Eastern Barren territory, only one person could send such violent broadsword will. He turned around and peered at the distance. A figure in black stepped out. He moved slowly but it only took him several steps to the battlefield. The person looked at Hua Jieyu but Hua Jieyu hadn't figured out what had just happened. The man in black had just saved her, but she didn't know who he was. How was he so powerful? His appearance stopped the battle abruptly but naturally. "My sister-in-law, are you okay?" The man in black smiled at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu blinked. Sister-in-law. She quickly figured out the comber's status. Since she was his sister-in-law, he must be a disciple of the cottage. Among the disciples of the cottage, only one person was good at the broadsword. Thinking of this, Hua Jieyu smiled. She didn't expect that Yi Futian's senior brother would come. "My greetings, Senior Sword Saint." Hua Jieyu bowed slightly. The Sword Saint was a legend of the Eastern Barren territory. "Senior Sword Saint." The Sword Saint shook his head with a smile. "I'm Yi Futian's senior brother. You can call me that too." "Oh." Hua Jieyu nodded slightly and called, "Senior brother." "Good." The Sword Saint nodded slightly and looked at Goddess Wangyue. Goddess Wangyue floated in the air. She looked at the Sword Saint and said, "It seems that you were right. Though our teacher is busy, he is always concerned with us," the Sword Saint said. After the bell on Sky Mountain tolled and all forces went back, the teacher found him and asked him to visit the Moon Clan. Actually, he had been living below the Moon Clan's mountain for a few days. Goddess Wangyue had met him before. The Moon Clan didn't want to get involved. He respected her choice, so he just lived there. Chapter 369, Move Clan. Chapter 369, Move Clan. Qinyu and the other strong cultivators looked at the Sword Saint with uncomfortable expressions. They'd brought people from 4 top forces, overestimating the Moon Clan's power. But they didn't expect that the Sword Saint would be here too. They had strength in numbers, but the top force determined everything. If either the Sword Saint or Goddess Wangyue went after Qinyu, no one could stop the other. The Sword Saint had killed countless nobles with a bit of broadsword will. "Goddess Wangyue," Qinyu said coldly, "you didn't want to enter the battle because you've already become allied with the cottage." Goddess Wangyue gazed at him coldly. The Sword Saint had chatted with her before. She didn't wish to enter this storm and wanted to stay neutral. However, the Sword Saint didn't like this. He thought that the Qin dynasty would come. And just as he'd predicted, the Sword Saint really did come. She couldn't even take a step back. If she didn't agree, her clan would be destroyed. In that case, she could only join the battle. "Their safety is on you." Goddess Wangyue looked down. Her life spirit flashed, shining onto Qinyu. He was instantly isolated. A cold intent seeped into his bones. The spell Ice Sorrow was cast again. This time, it was targeted at Qinyu alone instead of the group. Qinyu felt his spiritual energy about to be frozen. Both his senses and movements slowed down. Iciness attacked him, about to cover his body. Dazzling golden light shone. His body seemed to turn to gold like he was a god of war. Endless light shot through everything, roaring in the world of ice and snow, tearing the iciness. Goddess Wangyue reached out, closing her eyes. The entire world seemed to slow. Boom! A shocking windstorm was born. A boundless hurricane enveloped her and Qinyu. If one looked down from the air, they would see a vortex of wind. Goddess Wangyue melded into the windstorm and circled around Qin Yu incredibly fast. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in preparation. He was a powerful martial arts cultivator and had extreme power. However, Goddess Wangyue was a pure sorcerer. She couldn't fight him directly. That horrible windstorm spun crazily. Qin Yu felt that he was spinning with the air too. He couldn't see the outside world clearly. The Moon Clan looked up to the windstorm. It could destroy everything and rip this clan apart. But now, it rose up into the air, leaving the Moon Clan. It was clear that Goddess Wangyue was worried this wild battle would hurt her disciples. For someone at the pinnacle like Qin Yu, no one could stop him if he wanted to kill. She could only move the battleground. As for the Moon Clan, she handed it to the Sword Saint. She clearly trusted him more than she trusted herself. She believed the Sword Saint could protect the Moon Clan more. Thus, she brought Qin Yu away. The Sword Saint looked up to the sky. Broadsword will filled the sky, coming out of his body and going in many directions. Gradually, the entire air was sliced by them. Die, he uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, those beams of broadsword will transformed into bolts of lightning. They shot across the sky. Dragons roared, the broadsword will cut, and the dragons were split apart, crying out. Powerful nobles used their spells to fight back, but the broadsword will seemed undefeatable. There were various squelches. People in the sky were continuously sliced, they couldn't fight back at all. Sorcery and sword light cut towards the Sword Saint and the Moon Clan at the same time. Stand there and don't move, the Sword Saint said to the Moon Clan disciples who wanted to fight. He shot into the air, grasping a bit of broadsword will, cutting through the air. The broadsword intent used his body as the core and spread out. Instantly, a dazzling broadsword enchantment shone in his surroundings. Endless sorcery and sword light shone down, trying to destroy the enchantment. Just then, beams of sword light descended like lightning. It drowned everything, almost breaking the air as it went straight to the Sword Saint. These were from the leaders of the Futian sword clan. The Sword Saint looked but didn't move. Beams of sword will cut down, blasting on his body. However, terrifying broadsword light flowed across his body, almost transforming into solid armor. Sharp sword aura descended but couldn't cut through the armor. There was a huge difference between someone almost in the sage plane and at the pinnacle of the noble plane. Retreat, the leaders of the Futian sword clan said. They knew that even if they had more people, the Sword Saint was enough by himself, even if he had to protect the Moon Clan too. People retreated hurriedly, soaring into the sky. I'd warned you at the Qin dynasty last time. Since you didn't listen, why don't you stay now, the Sword Saint said. The broadsword enchantment around him shrieked and transformed into boundless light. It broke through the air, chasing after the escaping figures. Hurry, someone yelled. They were fast, but the broadsword will was faster. It streaked across the sky, destroying all defensive spells. Many people became helpless. They watched the broadsword will descend and cut through their bodies. Faced with this sage broadsword light, they couldn't fight back at all. Only the leaders of the Futian sword clan could block the attack. But then, the Sword Saint's body seemed to transform into light. He was even faster than the broadsword will. Reaching out his right hand, dazzling light consolidated into a blade. No, someone yelled in fear when he saw the Sword Saint. However, the man didn't charge at him. He just walked past and halved the person. He wasn't the only one. When the Sword Saint walked past those escaping, blood would bloom in the sky. The strong cultivator with Chu Yaoyao twisted his features. Just as he wanted to kill Chu Yaoyao, the sword light descended. His dragon was killed and then it fell upon him. Chu Yaoyao fell down with the destroyed dragon's corpse. Looking at the Sword Saint who passed her, she felt reverence. With his sword, the nobles were like ants. He was so powerful. She thought she would die today. She didn't expect that she would be saved by Yi Futian's senior brother. Of course, she knew that the Sword Saint wasn't here for her. He was here for Yi Futian's lover, Huajieyu was at the Moon Clan. Dazzling sword light bloomed in the air, accompanied by fearful begs for forgiveness. Chu Yaoyao fell through the sky. She felt indescribable emotions as she looked up at that scene. Below her, the Moon Clan also saw that dazzling light. The sky seemed to be sliced apart. They felt yearning. Was this a truly top battle? A single man could destroy an entire army. Yan Feihong, a cold voice said. Then figures flashed, flying towards Yan Feihong. The Sword Saint didn't kill her. This was the private matter of the Moon Clan, so the clan would solve it. Yan Feihong's face paled instantly. She looked to the furious crowd around her. I was thinking for the Moon Clan too. Was I wrong? She asked. The clan leader knew that the Sword Saint was here. Why didn't she tell us? I knew, an old woman said. I saw the clan leader with the Sword Saint. He guessed that the Qin dynasty might attack the Moon Clan and asked for our opinion. The clan leader didn't wish to be involved. The Sword Saint was fair and respected our choice. However, he didn't leave, preparing to fight the Qin dynasty. If they didn't come, none of this would happen. If more people knew about this and the Qin dynasty heard about it, we would be forced to enter. Stop wasting time with her. Wait for the clan leader to return and punish her, others said. Yan Feihong's face was pale. In the air, the Sword Saint killed everyone and rose up again, going to another battlefield. He saw Goddess Wangyue in the sky, but Qin Yu wasn't there. He escaped, Goddess Wangyue said. He must have known that it would be dangerous once you were free, so he gave up. Yes. The Sword Saint nodded. Qin Yu had saintly ritual implements too. It would be hard for Goddess Wangyue to keep him here. Thank you. After all, the cottage and Moon Clan didn't have much of a relationship. You're welcome. The Qin dynasty is working with everyone to attack the cottage. Helping you is helping the cottage, the Sword Saint said as they returned to the Moon Clan. However, the Moon Clan won't be safe anymore, he continued. Goddess Wangyue knew this too. She gazed at the Green Mountains and smiled bitterly. Since the Qin dynasty is forcing the Moon Clan to choose, there's nothing else I can say. Is there room on Book Mountain? Welcome. The Sword Saint nodded with a smile. Looking down at the people, Goddess Wangyue said, You have all seen what happened. There is no need for me to speak further. I will move the clan to Book Mountain. If anyone wishes to leave and stay away from this storm, I will not force you. Those who wish to go, please gather your belongings and get ready to leave. The Moon Clan was in an uproar, but they understood that their leader was helpless. They had no other choices. If not for the Sword Saint, the Moon Clan would have either gone to the Qin dynasty or been destroyed. Chapter 370, Wife. Chapter 370, Wife. Book Mountain, the cottage. On the ancient summit surrounded by clouds, there was a patch of emerald green grass, on which a handsome figure was sitting quietly. Beside him, there was a pile of books. The person was reading a book in silence at the moment. On a huge boulder not far behind him, an elder was lying down quietly. He was holding a wine pot in his hand, from which he would take a sip every now and then. He looked extremely leisurely. The two were obviously Yi Futian and his master Mr. Du. After finishing the book, Yi Futian closed his eyes. Immediately, spiritual qi around him resonated. Wind whizzed in the sky and the entire atmosphere turned tense. Accompanied by ear-piercing noises, many sharp wind blades appeared in space which seemed to be interwoven in a messy manner. They swept forward and even space itself seemed to be entangled. More amazingly, the wind blades which were charging forward slowly converged together, eventually forming a straight line. Boom! A loud noise erupted. A low mountain in the distance was cleaved into two pieces at the middle. The crack was as thin as a line and was hardly noticeable. The wind elemental spell was as sharp as a sword. Yi Futian opened his eyes, after which he started reading another book. Master, little brother, mealtime, someone shouted from the distance. Yi Futian put down the book and turned his head. He saw Beitang Xinger walking towards him with a lunchbox. The old man on the huge boulder stood up. Smiling, he said, "Six, what good food is there today?" "Master, take a look yourself." Beitang Xinger jumped onto the boulder and opened the lunchbox. Then, she took out the rice and dishes. At once, the aroma of food spread out. Yi Futian also stood up and approached Beitang Xinger, feeling somewhat hungry. The old man glanced at Yi Futian and said lazily, "Who asked you to stop?" "Master, I have been practicing for quite long and feel really hungry now," Yi Futian said, feeling wronged. "Furthermore, I am almost done learning all the spells." "Oh, Xinger, later go to the book cave and pick some more spells for your brother to cultivate," the old man said, grinning. "Some more?" Yi Futian said with a long face. "Master, these spells are all quite ordinary and not very useful. Moreover, they're not very hard to learn." "Kid, what do you know? Reading a book is cultivation. It can allow you to find your true self. Just like the saying, the meaning of a book will become clear if you read it 100 times. You only know so few spells so far, and yet you claim that these are useless. Since you have decided to become a sorcerer, you must be adept at least 3,000 spells. Otherwise, don't call yourself a cottage disciple," Mr. Du said emotionlessly, but his hands had already started moving. As he ate and drank, he continued, "It's a rare chance that I am back, and I am using all my time on your cultivation. You don't know how much your brothers and sisters envy you. Master, I am willing to give this opportunity to them." Yi Futian was almost going to cry. 3,000 spells? I might as well die. Is this old guy going to ask me to cultivate all the spells in the book cave? I will die. Revenge, this is certainly revenge. No way. You are the youngest. I have taught all your brothers and sister before, so I cannot be biased. I am a man with principles, the old man said in a serious tone. It's fine. I don't mind, Yi Futian said. All right then. 6. In the future you will copy books with him. After your fourth brother started copying books, he has learned many spells. I think that it's really helpful, the old man said casually. Master, I'm wrong. I will continue to cultivate spells, Yi Futian cried. Beitang Xinger giggled, looking very charming. She looked at Yi Futian and said, Little brother, come and eat. The dishes are getting cold. Thank you, Sister Xinger. Yi Futian was touched. The two sisters were really good to him. Little brother, you should stop complaining. Second sister and third brother are all hoping that the master can spend more time teaching them. Beitang Xinger served the dishes to Yi Futian. Smiling gently, she continued, only after you learn many spells can you merge them and be an expert. You are talented in all elements, so you should naturally make full use of it. When you understand all spells, you can do whatever you want. You can cast spells simply with a thought. Listen to her. You are already not young. I really wonder how you used to cultivate in the past. Xinger is younger than you, but she knows more than you. You are really hopeless. Luckily, you have met me, Mr. Du said as he ate. Yi Futian felt speechless. Just now, Mr. Du called him kid, and now he said that Yi Futian was not young. I am only repeating what you have taught me, Beitang Xinger said. Yi Futian sighed. He felt unlucky that he had such a master. Master. From the distance, Yi Shaoshi also walked over. Noticing that Yi Futian and the master were eating together, he looked at Yi Futian in envy. It seemed indeed that fat people had no rights. Fat boy, what is it? The old man asked. Cough, cough. Yi Futian coughed and glanced at Yi Shaoshi. This nickname was fantastic. Yi Shaoshi widened his eyes at Yi Futian. He was brought to the cottage when he was young, and since then the master had been calling him fat boy. What could he do? Was it his mistake to be fat? Master, Goddess Wang Yue had brought the disciples of Moon Clan here. She wants to see you, Yi Shaoshi said. Didn't your big brother come back as well? The old man asked. Nope. I think he should have returned to Sword Saint Mountain to prepare, Yi Shaoshi replied. At the moment, the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely unstable, so even Sword Saint Mountain was unsafe. Therefore, he naturally had to gather everyone together. Book Mountain was undoubtedly the safest place. Both the cottage and the college were situated here. The only place that Qin dynasty did not yet dare to attack was Book Mountain. Otherwise, they would have made their attack long ago. They were clearly not very confident. Beside them, Yi Futian's eyes glittered. Goddess Wang Yue had led all the Moon Clan disciples here, so something bad must have happened in Moon Clan. The master indeed had some foresight. Qin dynasty still touched Moon Clan after all. However, since Big Brother had been ambushing there, Qin dynasty must have paid a huge price this time. Moon Clan was here, so obviously Jieyu was as well. I'm full. Master, I'll go and take a look. Yi Futian dashed out. Have your cultivation ended? The old man roared. Master, what are you saying? Yi Futian replied, but he was already very far away. Humph, easy. Didn't you say that you don't know cultivation? Then come and chase me. Look at how much he values his girlfriend over his master. Why did 3 take in such a disciple for me? The old man remarked, speechless. I totally agree. I think he should get some punishment. Yi Shaoshi added oil to the fire. All right. Fat boy, you can cultivate with him, the old man said casually. Yi Shaoshi immediately kept quiet. Ask your second sister to go. I'll go and chat with my senior, the old man said, after which he turned around and left. Yi Shaoshi nodded and went back. At the entrance of Book Mountain, the huge square was filled with beauties of various kinds. There were so many charming ladies that even the entrance to Book Mountain was blocked. This was definitely a feast to the eyes of the college disciples. Countless people from the college had come here after receiving the news and were enjoying the sight. So many beauties. I heard that in the future, the members of Moon Clan are going to cultivate on Book Mountain. I think so. I wonder if the chief is going to agree. Obviously he is going to agree. My mountain has a lot of empty space and can accommodate many of them. Same for my mountain. The entrance of Book Mountain became extremely lively. The members of the college were almost going to drool. The scene before them was too beautiful and dazzling. In the college, there were far more male disciples than female disciples, so they had never seen such a large group of pure beauties. They felt that they were already in heaven. It's my first time seeing Goddess Wang Yue. She indeed deserves the name of goddess, so pure and ethereal. That's the Virgin of Moon Clan, Chu Yaoyao. She is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. And there, so many beauties. Who is that? Everyone turned to look in a particular direction. Not far behind Goddess Wang Yue, there was a lady who was about 19 years old. She was even prettier than Chu Yaoyao. Her face was stunning and flawless, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was as exquisite as an elf. Yeah, who is that? Why have I never heard about her before? She is even more beautiful than Chu Yaoyao, so why is she not one of the top 3 beauties? Many people started discussing. The college disciples Tang Yi was also among the crowd. Knowing obviously who that lady was, he said, she is Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu seldom showed up in the Eastern Barren Territory, so not many knew her. Therefore, although her look was gorgeous, she was not as famous. Hua Jieyu, many people muttered. Then, they suddenly thought of a person, Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian's girlfriend. It seemed that they would not stand a chance at all. Suddenly, a person arrived at the place from the distance. Yi Futian landed on the ground and similarly felt somewhat dazzled. Greetings, goddess. Yi Futian bowed at Goddess Wang Yue, who was in front of the rest. I have heard your name many times. Indeed, you look extraordinary, Goddess Wangyue said, smiling. She was being honest. Every cottage disciple was incredibly talented. Yi Futian was not yet 20, and yet his name had spread to every corner of the Eastern Barren territory. Even Qin Li died to him. His future was certainly going to be bright and grand. Goddess, you flatter me. Yi Futian scratched his head as if he was feeling embarrassed. Then, he said softly, I'm here to see my wife. Wife. Goddess Wangyue blinked. Then, she smiled and turned around to look at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's face blushed at once as she noticed that many people around her were staring at her. She widened her eyes at Yi Futian. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Futian walked into the crowd and approached Hua Jieyu. Smiling, he said, Jieyu, I miss you so much. Hey, do you think that we are non-existent? Yunro, whom Yi Futian knew, said, smiling. Sister, in the future we will be a single family. Yi Futian grinned and looked at her, causing many Moon Clan members to laugh. Then, he reached out his hand towards Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu dodged slightly, but then she allowed him to grab her hand. Another wave of uproarious talk and laughter erupted. What an animal! Seeing the scene, countless college disciples could feel their hearts bleeding. Suddenly, another group of people arrived at the place. It was Zhuge Hui and the rest. Zhuge Hui glanced at Yi Futian and smiled. This guy really could not keep a low profile. Chapter 371, Roar of the College Chief. Chapter 371, Roar of the College Chief. Noticing the scene before her, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly. 1 year ago, she was still the genius of Moon Clan and really stood out among her peers. After knowing Qin Li, she had the chance to become the future masteress of Qin dynasty. However, as fate would have it, she fell in love with Yi Futian. Now, Hua Jieyu had replaced her as the Virgin of Moon Clan, and in addition, the entire Moon Clan came to the college. Hua Jieyu naturally took away all the attention that had once belonged to her. Thinking about this, Chu Yaoyao felt somewhat lost. Of course, nobody would care about her feelings at the moment. When Yi Futian appeared beside Hua Jieyu, she, one of the top 3 beauties, was almost non-existent. In the sky, Zhuge Hui smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Then, she landed on the ground and said to Goddess Wangyue, Welcome to the college. Excuse us for troubling you, Goddess Wangyue said. Master has gone to see the college chief. Goddess, what are your plans? Zhuge Hui asked. Mr. Du had gone to the college chief's place to discuss how they should handle the people from the Moon Clan. After all, Moon Clan was a large force, and its disciples were no fewer in number than the college. I'll wait for Mr. Du's opinions, Goddess Wangyue said. Actually, Moon Clan was asking the college for help this time, so she would not request for anything else. However, the style of the college was completely different from the Qin dynasty. One could easily see this from Sword Saint's attitude. Goddess Wangyue had seen for herself how Zhuge Hui dealt with Qin Yu at the foot of Sky Mountain. This second disciple of the cottage was indeed an arrogant lady. However, at the moment she looked very mild, unlike Qin Yu who was always supercilious. Alright, I will stay here and accompany you, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Suddenly, Yi Futian shouted, Sister. Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at him. When Yi Futian said shyly, Sister, can you help me to tell the master something? Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Zhuge Hui immediately knew what he was thinking of. Grinning, she said, Go and talk to the master yourself. Yi Futian had an ominous feeling. Will that old guy agree? He thought. Zhuge Hui widened her eyes at Yi Futian and said, Did you make the master angry? Don't worry. The master will still agree to such a small request. Thank you, sister. Yi Futian gave a bright smile. With these words from Zhuge Hui, he would not worry anymore. If that old guy did not agree, he would go and disturb second sister. The people from Moon Clan looked at Hua Jieyu in jealousy. It seemed like Jiayu was going to cultivate in the cottage. It was indeed good to have a relationship with Yi Futian. Anyhow, Hua Jiayu was the virgin of Moon Clan at the moment, so it would be a good thing for her to cultivate under Mr. Du. The first mountain in the college was also the highest summit on Book Mountain. On this particular summit, many ancient palaces stood within the clouds, producing an ethereal view. There were many wonderful caves there, all of which were blessed spots for cultivation. As the first mountain in the college, the facilities here were of the highest standards. Spiritual chi was abundant and there were many matrices on the summit, unlike the cottage which was very simple. Before a pavilion on the first mountain, there were two people. One of them was an elder in grey robes who had an outstanding temperament. He had long hair and a beard and looked divine. Beside him, there was a handsome young man. He was a disciple of the first mountain, Bai Lishu. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Senior." Then, an old man wearing simple clothes walked in directly and shouted at the elder in grey robes, "Senior, it has been many years. You still look energetic." The elder in grey robes glanced at the person who had just entered. With a cold face, he replied emotionlessly, "Do you still remember my existence? What a rare sight." The elder in grey robes was the college chief, and the person who had just arrived was obviously Mr. Du. "Senior, what do you mean?" "When I am outside, I often think about you," Mr. Du said. "Is it?" The college chief still looked cold as he continued, "If so, why are you only visiting me now when you have returned a while ago? Is it because of Moon Clan?" "I came here to visit you." "Moon Clan is only a trivial, secondary matter," Mr. Du said. "Ha!" The college chief sneered. "Master, uncle, I'll leave first." Suddenly, Bai Lishu bowed at Mr. Du, after which he left the place. The resentment between his master and Mr. Du had existed for a long time. He did not know the exact reasons, but it was definitely something he should not get involved into. Furthermore, Mr. Du had always been very mysterious and would very rarely appear in the first mountain. Even he had only seen Mr. Du for a few times. "Senior, in these few years, the first mountain is becoming grander and more gorgeous. But I think you have too few disciples. It'll be better to have more people here," Mr. Du said softly. "I have enough disciples here. In fact, how many people are there in the cottage?" "I think you will have no problems taking in an entire clan," the college chief sneered. Mr. Du had gathered the members of Moon Clan and wanted to give him everyone. "Senior, you know that I am lazy and not in the college most of the time. There are so many beautiful young girls here and I don't want to delay their cultivation. You are the ruler of Book Mountain, so naturally, you will arrange everyone from Moon Clan. I believe that with your words, all the mountain elders will cooperate as well," Mr. Du said. "Moreover, we have a common enemy today. Senior, you cannot disappoint them." "All right. Then we will distribute them equally onto the 9 mountains." The college chief stared at Mr. Du. Since the cottage did not want to take in disciples, he would give some people to them by force. "No way. You have no idea what kind of people my disciples are. Their mouths are sweet, and they are good-looking and talented. They are just too outstanding, so something bad will happen. Don't count the cottage in," Mr. Du said, waving his hand. The college chief stared coldly at Mr. Du and said angrily, "Are the disciples in my first mountain not outstanding?" "Senior, don't get angry. It's bad for you," Mr. Du advised. "Senior, then it's all settled. Moon Clan is also a top force, and many great girls can cultivate with college disciples together in the future. They can have friendly fights with each other and improve as a whole. It will certainly motivate college disciples to work harder. You should organize a friendly competition once in a while. It will definitely be more effective than in the past." "Wait, who agreed that it's all settled?" The beard of the college chief danced in the air. He could not tolerate this anymore. "Senior, if you insist on this I'll get angry," Mr. Du said, grinning. Seeing his expression, the college chief was even more furious. He said coldly, "So what? I am really angry. Mr. Du's smile grew brighter. You. The college chief pointed his finger at Mr. Du and said coldly, "Scram. Then it's all settled." Mr. Du smiled in satisfaction, after which he turned around and left. This is too much. The college chief's beard danced with the wind. It was ridiculous. Oh yeah. Mr. Du suddenly stopped. Turning around, he added, "My eldest disciple will also bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. Senior, you should also help to organize them at that time. The people from these three forces can have exchanges and improve together. For the college, I have also spent much time and effort." After he finished, he turned around and left casually. "Why don't you die outside that year?" the college chief roared, unable to control his anger. The people from Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain, and the college would be gathered together. There would be so many more issues for him to settle. That bastard, he can continue to drink and sleep in the cottage. Also, why do I have to manage the people of his eldest disciple? And his few disciples have never put the college in their hearts. Bai Li Shu, the college chief shouted. Bai Li Shu appeared beside him in a flash and said, "Master." He did not know why his master was so furious. It seemed that Mr. Du had enraged him again. "Go tell the few mountain elders to go down together and welcome the people from Moon Clan. Then distribute them into the few mountains," the college chief said angrily. "Master, how do we distribute them?" Bai Li Shu asked. "Settle it yourself." The college chief swung his sleeves and left. Bai Li Shu gave a bitter smile as he shook his head. He was so innocent. Book Mountain became busy again. The college disciples were all very excited. The members of Moon Clan were actually really distributed to the various mountains. In any case, the number of people who went to Mountain Elder Zhu Qing's mountain was the largest. After all, Zhu Qing was a lady and there were many female disciples under her, while all the disciples from Moon Clan were female. Chu Yaoyao chose that mountain as well. The other disciples also chose the most suitable mountain for them one after another. Although they felt somewhat awkward, they also anticipated cultivating with college disciples as they could have exchanges with each other and improve together. Book Mountain became lively. On the other hand, Goddess Wang Yue went to the cottage along with Zhu Gehui. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were obviously with them as well. In the cottage, after Goddess Wang Yue saw Mr. Du, she saluted and said, "Greetings, Mr. Du." She saluted him like she was a junior. Even though rumors in the Eastern Barren territory claimed that Mr. Du could not cultivate, the first three disciples of the cottage were all at the same level as her. This legendary Mr. Du should clearly be respected. In addition, she was quite young, so it was all right for her to salute to a senior. You don't have to be so polite. You can treat Book Mountain like your home and do not have to be so restricted. Just behave like you are in Moon Clan, Mr. Du said, smiling. All right, Goddess Wang Yue nodded gently. Mr. Du, after the disturbance in the Eastern Barren territory. Don't worry. The college is not Qin dynasty, and I also do not want to unify the Eastern Barren territory. You don't need to think so much. Just take it like you are being a guest on Book Mountain for a while. Furthermore, you have also met with my eldest disciple. He will bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. My second and third disciples are also doing fine with their cultivation. When you have the chance, you can chat with them. You can come to the cottage at any time without restriction, Mr. Du said. Thank you, Mr. Du. Goddess Wang Yue stopped worrying. It seemed that Mr. Du indeed had no intentions of ruling the Eastern Barren territory. Jieyu, come and meet the master, Yi Futian suddenly said. Hua Jieyu nodded gently and said to Mr. Du, I am Hua Jieyu. Greetings, master. Mr. Du smiled and stared at Yi Futian, who smiled back nervously and scratched his head. Master, can Jieyu stay in the cottage and cultivate? Yi Futian asked. You have already asked her to call me master. How can I reject? Mr. Du widened his eyes at Yi Futian. Then he looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Girl, in the future, you can cultivate with me just like him. Meanwhile, you can help me to keep an eye on him. No problem. Hua Jieyu nodded, smiling, after which she stared at Yi Futian with a proud look. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Whose master was this after all? Chapter 372 Training. Chapter 372 Training. After Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain also shifted entirely to Book Mountain. The whole Eastern Barren territory was astonished by this. As the two large forces moved to Book Mountain, a super being was born on Book Mountain, one formed from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. More importantly, the Moon Clan was forced by Qin dynasty to move. Just like what happened on Book Mountain, Futian Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple had also officially shifted to Qin dynasty. Clearly, these two forces knew that it would be a disaster for them should the cottage send Sword Saint to attack their clans, just like what Qin Yu had done to the Lu kingdom. How could they not guard against this? At the same time, the Qin dynasty had sent many people to watch over the places outside Book Mountain and in the ancient Barren territory to prevent the college from attacking them or Donghua clan suddenly. The Eastern Barren territory had entered an era where the two superforces stood opposite each other. This would be a key stage in the development of the Eastern Barren territory. Once one of the two forces won, it would very likely become the king of the Eastern Barren territory. The remaining three top forces, namely Qianqiu Temple, Witch Clan, and Ji family, did not dare to get involved easily, they just observed the situation carefully. Because of the Moon Clan's current situation, the Qin dynasty would naturally not deal with them anymore. Otherwise, they would probably achieve a directly opposite effect. That time Qin Yu decided to attack Moon Clan because the four major forces had already allied and they all thought that Moon Clan would be easily defeated. In addition, Qin Yu wanted to deal with Chu Yaoyao as well as Yi Futian by dealing with Hua Jieyu. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to go to the Moon Clan and eliminate them if they were disobedient. He did not expect Sword Saint to be waiting in ambush there. In that battle, a few summit lords from Futian Sword Clan and a few lords from Royal Xian Temple were killed, officially starting the prelude to the final battle. Thus all the forces chose to shift one after another. However, after the battle in the Moon Clan, both parties turned quiet instead. There had been no fights between them since then. It was said that the Qin dynasty was allowing the most powerful people from various forces to enter their tomb to cultivate and break through. Clearly, they wanted to end the era in a single battle. Book Mountain was also very lively. The three major forces had combined together and interesting events were happening every day. Many young people in the college became much more motivated to cultivate. Furthermore, many people from Moon Clan were also being pursued, especially the prettier ones. The last day of the 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar approached quietly without any disturbances. In this year, too many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren territory. The peaceful year-end drew a period to the entire year. Of course, it meant in no way that everything was ending. In the cottage, Yi Futian had not actually been spending his days in peace. He was mistreated and forced to cultivate spells every day. Luckily, Jieyu had been cultivating with him at the moment. Whenever he was tired from the cultivation, he would look at her and feel much better. Who asked Jieyu to be so beautiful? Master, can't I even rest on the last day of the year? Yi Futian complained to Mr. Du, who was sitting on a cliff, drinking and enjoyed the sight of the cloud sea. This is too much. You're so weak and yet you are thinking about resting every day, the old man replied in contempt without even turning his head around. How are the spells? Master, these spells are so easy to learn. Do you not believe in my talents? Yi Futian replied in a depressing tone. Talents? You have talents? The old man said in disdain. Then, he stood up slowly and walked to Yi Futian. You think that you're very outstanding? I wonder where you got that confidence. But these spells are really easy. Yi Futian argued. Tell me that you are not really planning to ask me to learn all the spells in the book cave. The old man took out a thin book from his shirt and threw it in front of Yi Futian. Since you feel those are easy, try this spell. No problem, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he picked the book up and started reading. Slowly, his expression changed. He stopped smiling and his look turned serious as he frowned every now and then. Hua Jieyu, who was beside him, watched the scene curiously. What exactly did the master give him? After Hua Jieyu arrived at the cottage, she had been cultivating under Mr. Du together with Yi Futian. Both of them were full attribute sorcerers and were also at the same level, so it was easy for Mr. Du to teach them together. Suddenly, Yi Futian raised his head. Is it really an actual spell? He asked the old man who had returned to the cliff and sat down. If you cannot do it, don't suspect it. Didn't you think that you are very good? Just like this? The old man remarked with contempt. Yi Futian widened his eyes at the old man. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Yi Futian was totally speechless. Since he started cultivating with Mr. Du, he had been humiliated every single day. Was this really his master? Although his father-in-law would also humiliate him sometimes, Mr. Du was way worse. Thinking of this, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to read the book. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to cast the spell. Wood elemental vines swept towards the sky with a splashing sound. Vaguely, there was a golden radiance attached on it and the power of the wind was also following along. No. Yi Futian shook his head and continued to try. He failed again and again but continued to try. Beside him, Hua Jieyu took the book and read through it. Her eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Although she had heard about merging different spells and casting together or even merging spells with martial arts, she had never seen such a spell before. Was it really possible to cast the same spell with spiritual qi of different elements simultaneously? Each type of spiritual qi existed independently of the other types. In a sorcerer's battle, he would often cast 2 spells simultaneously to increase their powers. For example, when he was casting an aggressive spell, he would attach a wind elemental spell on it to increase its speed and power, or perhaps attach the power of lightning. All these could be done rather easily. However, the spell that Mr. Du had given Yi Futian was different. The spell should be formed by condensing spiritual qi of 3 different elements together. Perhaps they would be able to do this when their levels got higher. But could this really be done by an Arcana Plane cultivator? Yi Futian had become totally serious as if he was trying to beat himself. Mr. Du, on the other hand, lied down on the ground and drank his wine casually. He would occasionally glance at Yi Futian and smile to himself. After a long while, Yi Futian stopped trying. Looking at the cliff, he questioned suspiciously, "Did you just give me a spell which can only be learned by a person with a level higher than the Arcana Plane? If you can't do it, just admit it. With only such talents, I really don't know where your arrogance came from. I wonder why I even have such a bad disciple," the old man sighed. Yi Futian gritted his teeth. This old bastard. The old man squinted his eyes. Grinning, he asked Yi Futian, "Do you want to learn?" Yes. Yi Futian was cursing Mr. Du in his heart, but his face was filled with a bright smile. That's it? The old man asked. I know that I am not talented enough. Master, please teach me. I will tolerate this for this time. Since you know that fact, you can still be saved. The old man stood up slowly. Approaching Yi Futian, he said, although you are a sorcerer, you are but a beginner. You don't even know what is a real spell. Using spiritual energy to communicate with spiritual qi and combining them in a simple way would only produce the easiest spells and most useless sorcerers. Spiritual qi in the world is like different strokes. You need to combine them into characters, and then turn them into a language. There are countless ways to combine them and different combinations will produce different spells. An outstanding sorcerer is skilled at controlling every single character and can form them into various spells with ease. Therefore, you need to know thousands of spells. Only when you are familiar with them, you can be more creative, or even create a new spell. The old man said slowly. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu both listened very attentively. Spiritual energy is the bridge between sorcerers and the characters. An arcana plane cultivator has already merged his will with the world and can sense his surroundings much better or resonate with spiritual chi around him. You need to be able to see all the spiritual chi characters in your mind at the instant when you release your spiritual energy. They are like the extenders to your arms and legs. Your spiritual energy will then be everywhere. With just a thought, all the characters will move. Do you understand? The old man asked. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were both deep in thought. They need time to digest the information and put it into practice. Haven't you comprehended noble will already? Can't you even understand such a simple reason? The old man added in disdain. Yi Futian was stunned. He thought about the powers contained in fire elemental noble will, where he could feel an invisible power of flame. Maybe this was similar to what the master had just said. On Turtle Mountain, he had felt an even more mysterious power. It was like the rules of the world. How about a sage? Yi Futian suddenly asked in curiosity. Sage? The old man looked at Yi Futian and said, a sage can kill you with a single thought. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. You don't believe it? Your big brother is here. I'll ask him to let you experience the broadsword will of a half-sage. Mr. Du looked at the distance. The sword saint walked over and smiling. He said, Master, today is the last day of the year. Are you still teaching little brother? This guy is untalented and yet supercilious. To prevent him from causing me to lose face outside, I can only endure the tiring process of teaching him, Mr. Du sighed. You heard me just now. Let him feel it. All right, Sword Saint nodded and looked at Yi Futian. Little brother, be careful. Yup. Big brother, please, Yi Futian nodded. Sword Saint released his will. Immediately, Yi Futian felt an endless coldness seeping into his body. He froze at the spot, not daring to move as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. At the moment, he was engulfed by broadsword will. He felt that even his body was going to be crushed under the will. If Sword Saint wanted to kill him, he did not even have to move. The feeling only continued for an instant before disappearing. In this short while, Yi Futian's back was totally wet with sweat, as if he had just returned from hell. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Mr. Du said, work hard, and don't be lazy. Then, he and Sword Saint left the place together, while Yi Futian was still standing motionlessly at the spot. In the distance, Sword Saint laughed and said, Master, little brother is already very outstanding. Why do you have to give him an emotional blow like this? He is too arrogant and needs to learn too many things. A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. Du's face. Chapter 373, Another Year. Chapter 373, Another year. Yi Futian was somewhat depressed. Since he started cultivating, he had never received such a severe emotional blow. He continued cultivating the spell given to him by his master and tried to understand what his master had said. Although he was improving slowly, he was still not close to succeeding. After a long while, he stopped and asked, what spell did this old guy give me exactly? It's indeed difficult to learn. Master must be trying to upset you on purpose. Don't be discouraged. Hua Jieyu gave a sweet smile. My fox is the best. Seeing the bright smile on Hua Jieyu's face, Yi Futian opened his arms and added, come and encourage me then. No. I'm going to cultivate as well. Hua Jieyu glanced at him, pouting prettily in embarrassment. Then, she turned around and similarly tried to understand Mr. Du's words previously. What a disobedient girlfriend. Yi Futian muttered, after which he closed his eyes. Instead of continuing to cultivate spells, he started to sense his surroundings with his mind. His spiritual energy communicated with spiritual chi around him as his senses swam in the endless spiritual chi. Over these days, he had learned many spells and had indeed benefited much. While these spells were mostly mediocre and probably useless in future battles, learning them still helped in his cultivation. It became completely silent. A gentle wind blew over the bushy grass patches, causing them to feel comfortably cool. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were both sitting there quietly and closing their eyes. At the moment, Yi Futian felt as if he no longer had a physical body. His spiritual energy seemed to have filled every corner of the sky and earth. In his senses, he had turned into an ancient tree. All the wood elemental spiritual chi around him was part of the ancient tree. Suddenly, many branches and vines appeared out of thin air in the space around Yi Futian, producing a splashing sound. With his body as the center, countless branches and vines swept outwards wildly, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, they flooded everything around him, as if they were everywhere. His body, on the other hand, was like a divine tree, the source of everything. Puff! Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. It was still the same spell lock of 1,000 vines, but when he followed his master's instructions and cast it carefully, it was indeed much more powerful than previously. Hua Jieyu also awoke in surprise. Looking at the scene in front of her, she smiled brightly. Although Yi Futian had not learned Mr. Du's spell, he had already improved a lot. This meant that at the very least his method was correct. Yi Futian grinned and continued to cultivate. He cast various spells at a lower speed, but their powers increased significantly. While cultivating, he also discussed their experiences with Hua Jieyu. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to dusk. The radiance from the setting sun poured onto Yi Futian's face, making his angular face look even more handsome. Hua Jieyu sat beside Yi Futian with her knees bent. She supported her cheeks with her hands and stared at Yi Futian, smiling. At the moment when Yi Futian opened his eyes, he immediately saw Hua Jieyu's exquisite face. Smiling, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "You." Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. "Why is this guy looking better and better?" Yi Futian blinked and grinned. "If you continue doing this, I'll think about inappropriate stuff." "About what?" Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at him. "About doing it right now." "You don't dare to." Hua Jieyu blushed and looked even more stunning under the sunset. "Just see if I dare." Yi Futian suddenly leaped forward and pushed Hua Jieyu onto the ground. Hua Jieyu screamed as she fell down. Noticing that Yi Futian was staring blankly at her, she did not dare to look into his eyes. She turned her head away and her cheeks were blushing in embarrassment, which made her even more attractive. "Fox, you're really pretty," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu turned her head back slowly and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. "Get up, quick." "All right," Yi Futian replied, smiling. However, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed gently on Hua Jieyu's forehead. "Let's go and see father together." Yi Futian stood up and also pulled Hua Jieyu up. Then, he grabbed her hand and they left the place together. Hua Jieyu just allowed him to hold her hands as they ran on the emerald green grass path. Light from the falling sun showered down on the two, producing an everlasting picture. Moon Clan and Sword Saint Mountain had both shifted to Book Mountain, so naturally, Yi Futian had also brought Hua Fenglu and the rest to Book Mountain. They were currently staying in a house on the mountainside of the cottage. When Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu reached the place, they immediately smelt waves of aroma. "Master, Masteress, what good food are you making again?" Walking in, Yi Futian realized that dinner had already been prepared. Masteress and Aunt Tang were busy, while Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wan were also helping. As for those nobles and Luolan Shui, Yi Futian had already asked them to return to ancient Lulan. They should clearly spend the annual year-end with their families. The disciples on Book Mountain whose homes were in the divine capital had also gone back. Seeing the deluxe feast, Yi Futian grinned and said, "Master, I really envy you for being able to marry Masteress and Aunt Tang." Hua Fenglu glanced at him and said, "Jieyu, he's referring to something." Yi Futian turned his head and saw Hua Jieyu staring at him, smiling. "No. Absolutely not." Yi Futian smiled trembly. "I don't think so," Yi Qingxian commented as she carried a dish over. "Yu Sheng, look at your girlfriend." "What is she saying?" Yi Futian asked. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Futian in disdain. You're so scared of your girlfriend and you asked me to take care of mine. What's that look? Yi Futian noticed Yu Sheng's look. It seemed that Yu Sheng had already changed drastically. Futian, on Book Mountain you don't have to call me master, Hua Fenglu said. Yi Futian naturally knew what he meant. At the moment, Yi Futian's master was Mr. Du, so he should make certain things clear. Master, don't worry about that. That old guy will not mind about these, Yi Futian said. Furthermore, it's okay to have two masters. Futian, Mr. Du is an amazing person. Don't talk nonsense, Nanda Wenin said, walking over. Yi Futian turned speechless. Even the masteress was speaking for that old guy. All right. I'll listen to you, Yi Futian nodded. Nanda Wenin smiled and said, let's eat. After we finish you should go back to the cottage early to accompany your master and seniors. I have been with my master and seniors every day. Today I shall stay here, Yi Futian said. It's enough for Jieyu to accompany us. Who cares about you? Just finish eating and leave, Hua Fenglu said, totally unconcerned. Yi Futian immediately looked as if he had been wronged. His position in the family was indeed unbeatable. What's your level now? Tang Wan asked Yi Futian curiously. Arcana Plane, Yi Futian replied. Jieyu and Yu Sheng as well. Tang Wan's lips twitched as she was somewhat speechless. Their cultivation speed was really fast. If they were in Donghai they would already be famous. Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan were also in the Arcana Plane. It has been over 4 years. Hua Fenglu sighed as he recalled the past. In the year 9999, he came to know Yi Futian in Qingzhou Academy and took him as his disciple. Now, this disciple of his was almost as strong as he was. In the past, Yi Futian was even compared to the disciple of Art Saint, but now so many things had changed as if it was all merely a dream. Yup, I have also known Jieyu for over 4 years now, Yi Futian nodded. On the exact same day 4 years ago, they held their hands beside Qingzhou Lake and confirmed their relationship. Tomorrow it will be the year 10004. You'll both be 20. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Time passed really fast. Yup, and I can get married, Yi Futian said, grinning. Everyone widened their eyes at him. This guy was really not serious at all. Wait till you are as strong as your big or third brother. It's too early now, Tang Lan said. Aunt Tang, this is too much. Yi Futian stared at Tang Lan pitifully. Big brother and third brother were both grade 1 nobles and halfway into the Sage Plain. They were standing at the top of the Eastern Barren territory. How long would he need? Let's eat. Tang Lan ignored Yi Futian, while Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin laughed. Then, the family happily enjoyed the annual feast. They had not had such a warm time together for a very long time. However, Yi Futian felt really speechless when he was actually chased out after the meal. Luckily, Hua Fenglu did not cruelly take away Jieyu from him and allowed her to leave with him together. After returning to the cottage, Yi Futian ate again with Mr. Du and his seniors. Then, he went to chat with Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu. Without anyone realizing it, it was already late into the night. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Beside the cliff in the back mountain of the cottage, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were sitting on the grass. A melodious music spread out, adding some vitality to the silent space. The music was beautiful yet sad, as if it was telling a very ancient story. At the top of an ancient tree in the cottage, a figure was standing quietly. Her white shirt swayed in the wind and she was like a fairy under the moon. Another person landed quietly on an ancient tree beside. He was similarly wearing a white shirt and his face was extraordinarily handsome. In the darkness, he stared at the lady in front of him. The lady, however, did not seem to have noticed him as she continued to gaze at the distance. The young man also did not speak and accompanied her in the silence. Little brother is amazing. Such a piece should only be present in heaven, the lady said, smiling. It was the second sister, Zhuge Hui. You miss home? Gu Donglu asked. Why would I miss that place? Since I have left there, I'm not going back, Zhuge Hui replied. One day, I'll bring you back, Gu Donglu said. Can you? Zhuge Hui turned around and looked at him. Gu Donglu did not say anything else. He flashed and left the place. Zhuge Hui looked at the vanishing figure. Raising her head, she stared at the crescent in the sky. At the highest place in the cottage, there was also a person lying quietly on a rocking, drinking. It was a slovenly old man in ragged clothes. As he drank, he listened to the music and seemed to be enjoying himself. I'm really glad to be able to hear Yukio again in my life, the old man muttered to himself, smiling. His look seemed to have penetrated across time as he recalled the past. Over 300 years ago, the piece Yukio appeared along with the emperors of that generation. How about now? Chapter 374, A Carriage Pulled by the Responding Dragon. Chapter 374, A Carriage Pulled by the Responding Dragon. Year 10,004 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. In the back mountains of the cottage, an ocean of clouds graced the skies along with a beautiful sunrise. Such a picturesque view. On a field of grass, music played from a guqin. The rays of the New Year's first sun fell on Yi Futian's face. Both he and his music were full of youthful spirit. Beside him, Hua Jieyu sat quietly. As the music continued to flow, she sat audience while appreciating the beautiful sunrise. Everything seemed perfect. If only life was always like this. Looking around her surroundings, the spiritual qi took shape and fell continuously. It looked like tiny sparks of gold in the air. Every bit of spiritual qi was so clearly visible to them as it filled the area they were in. This was brought about by the sounds of the guqin. When Yi Futian used his spiritual energy to create harmony between his music and heaven and earth, all the spiritual qi in the air stood still. The first rays of sunlight shined on Yi Futian's handsome figure. A peculiar aura radiated from him. It was almost as if he was in control of everything in existence. All the spiritual energy materialized in his mind. Spiritual qi of all elements came together with the artistic conception created by the sounds of the guqin and assimilated into his will. Just then, the fingers of Yi Futian's right hand strummed across the chords of the guqin. As the music sounded, the spiritual qi around transformed into golden vines. They continued to grow endlessly, and as the gathered spiritual qi grew more powerful, the golden vines shot into the sky like flashes of lightning at an unbelievable speed. At this, a look of surprise spread across Hua Jieyu's face. He had succeeded. Yi Futian had actually successfully cultivated the spell given to him by the teacher in a day. The music stopped and Yi Futian opened his eyes. Although the sun was on him, it was not blinding. The look in his eyes was pure and held the hint of a smile. 3 elements incorporated into one spell. This brand new spell had the tenacity of the wood element, the sharpness and defensiveness of the metal element, and the speed of the wind element. It was terrifyingly powerful, far more powerful than the lock of 1,000 vines. The name of this spell, the Fatal Entanglement. Not bad. Hua Jieyu smiled. Of course. That's because I'm your man, Yi Futian said pridefully. Hua Jieyu let out a soft humph. Do you think the old man has more of these types of spell that he's keeping to himself? Mumbled Yi Futian. If they were all spells of this level, he would definitely be able to defeat common attacks from any cultivator at the same level. He would also no longer need to rely on the 9 heavenly attacks during battle. His strong martial arts and sorcery abilities greatly complemented each other, taking his combat ability to a whole new level. This way, even if he made his way into the Arcana plane, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting cultivators from other planes. After all, as the levels of cultivation increased, the difference between each plane also increased. People went to new means and took more powerful measures, thus causing the effects of some of his skills to decrease. Yi Futian must do more if he wanted to have the same combat ability between different planes as he did before. How greedy, teased Hua Jieyu. This isn't greedy. How's this for greed? I want every day to be like today, so you're the first person I see in the morning. Yi Futian chuckled. Obviously, Hua Jieyu knew what he was insinuating. She smiled softly. What are you thinking? Would you have been able to release the fatal entanglement without the help of your music? Focus on cultivating. Don't you want to gloat in front of Mr. Du later? You've got a point. Indeed, my fox is the only one who gets me, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he closed his eyes again. Previously, he had entered a mysterious realm through his music and assimilated into the spiritual qi of the world by the means of spiritual energy. That was how he released the spell. Without the help of the Yukio song, it was difficult to do so. Yi Futian continued on his way to enlightenment through cultivation. Many hours later, the teacher strolled in while stretching. He smiled at the sight of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu cultivating together. This rascal sure is diligent. Looks like I'll have to put him down a little more. Would Yi Futian spit blood in anger if he knew what the teacher was thinking at the moment? Need to be put down for being diligent? Teacher. Hua Jieyu turned around to greet him. Morning, Jieyu. Mr. Du smiled at her. Yi Futian stood as well. His eyes were shining as he said his greetings. Teacher, the spell you gave me yesterday was no challenge at all, I already mastered it. Oh, really? Show me. The elder male placed his hands behind his back and smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded in response and closed his eyes. A peculiar force of will radiated from his body while his spiritual energy harmonized with the spiritual qi around. A moment later, the air was filled with golden vines that blocked the sun. They grew extremely rapidly and created a cage around the entire area in mere seconds. Witnessing the spell released in front of his eyes, the elder gave Yi Futian a look. He was looking down on him. It took you a whole day to learn that, and it takes you that long to release the spell? Who's going to wait for you in a battle? If you meet a powerful opponent, you would be dead before you finished releasing the spell. Yi Futian blinked. According to his script, wasn't the teacher was supposed to be shocked and subdued by his great gift? However, he did have a point. How come I have such an incompetent disciple? The elder sighed. Here are some more spells. Keep them and focus on cultivation. Don't even think about going anywhere else before you learn everything. I can't stand to be embarrassed by you if you leave the mountains with your abilities at this level. With that said, the elder threw some books at Yi Futian and turned to leave. He walked with leisure, hands behind his back. He wanted to cuss but held himself back when he looked at the books in his arms. Hua Jieyu let out a laugh. Yi Futian had finally met his match. Mr. Du was a strange man indeed. Not even her father could render Yi Futian speechless like that. And just like that, Yi Futian was put on house arrest. From the very first day of the new year, he was forbidden from leaving the back mountains to focus solely on cultivation. So pitiful. Yi Futian began to miss the days before the teacher returned to the cottage. The days passed and the eastern barren territory remained quiet without any rain or storm. Those of the Qin dynasty alliance still had their heads buried in cultivation. Everyone in the eastern barren territory knew that they were preparing for the final war. Things had already escalated to this point. The battle of the eastern barren territory was inevitable. Furthermore, the Qin were in a much bigger hurry for this war to begin. Mr. Du had already returned to the cottage and all of the eastern barren territory already knew how capable he was in bringing up his disciples. There was no way they were going to give him more time to do so. After the bells rang on Sky Mountain the year before, the snow never stopped. The eastern barren territory's #1 mountain was now a snow mountain, covered with a soft, fluffy layer of precipitation. After all this time, the bells never rang again. The commotion at the foot of the mountain had also subsided. However, there was still quite a handful of people who stayed behind. For example, there was the Qianqiu Temple of the Eastern Barren Territories Western region. Now that those from Sword Saint Mountain had moved to Book Mountain, the Qianqiu Temple was now at the top throughout the western region. However, the temple still felt a wave of urgency. If a big war broke out in the Eastern Barren Territory, the times of top clans fighting for power would be over. As soon as victory was determined, all power in the Eastern Barren Territory would fall in the hands of one group. The people must pray for change, to become stronger. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the Arhat looked up at the majestic mountain. He remembered the situation when he climbed the mountain last year. That was his first time stepping onto Sky Mountain and he had reached the very top. After that time, he had tried many times, but not once did he reach such heights again. The evil energy from Sky Mountain is growing stronger, one of Qianqiu Temple's monks said from beside the Arhat. He held a strand of Buddhist beads in his hand while his sight was set on the great mountain in front of him. It's been this way since the bells rang. Furthermore, the force of repressed energy has also gotten stronger. The two energies seem to have kept at a balance from the very beginning, fighting from dominance, another person said from the side. Could it be that the bells were really the summoning of the great emperor and that someone had already made their way onto the mountain? Someone mumbled. It's very possible. The short period after the first bell would have been the perfect opportunity. Hearing the elder's words reminded the Arhat of the first time he stepped onto Sky Mountain. At that time, someone attacked him and used the spiritual chi on the mountain to force him off the mountain. If someone had really made their way to the top of Sky Mountain, could it be the same person who attacked him? Also, the bells rang again once he was off the mountain. It was when Futian came down. The nobles of the Qin dynasty had wanted to hurt him when the bells rang again. Could it really just be a coincidence? The Arhat's eyes were cold. He had a feeling. If someone really did make their way onto Sky Mountain, it was very possible that it was Futian. Just then, the roar of a dragon came from the skies above. The cultivators of the Qianqiu Temple were surprised. The roar did not come from Sky Mountain. It was headed for the mountain. Turning their attention, everyone looked up into the sky. Snow began to fall, blowing in the wind. In the high skies, a dragon appeared. This dragon actually had wings. It was the responding dragon, also known as the Lord of the Skies. The dragon came down toward them. Those of the Qianqiu Temple were shaken as they took in the scene unfolding above them. Not just because they saw the responding dragon, but also because there were some figures standing on its back. The most shocking thing was that the dragon was pulling a carriage. Someone had arrived in a dragon-pulled carriage. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon. Even those of the Qianqiu Temple were shocked, so it was no question for the others. Many at the foot of the mountain looked up and trembled in fear. Who was this person? In all of the Eastern Barren Territory, they had only heard of the powerful dragon army of the Qin dynasty and not even they could compare to the lineup in the skies right now. The dragon carriage stopped above Sky Mountain. On its back, the group of people took one look at the crowd on the ground below with cold eyes, showing no emotions. Then, a few youths stepped out of the carriage. There was an indescribable aura around them. They didn't look down, but instead, focused all their attention on Sky Mountain. Was this the place where Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing left their mark? Chapter 375, A Person Who Can Change the World. Chapter 375, A Person Who Can Change the World. After Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing united the Divine Prefecture, many people began to follow their trail. A lot of people knew that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing spent some time in the Eastern Barren Territory during their upbringing, which was why so many wanted to step into the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the two emperors put out a ban stating that non-native sages were not allowed to enter the Eastern Barren Territory. They had united the Divine Prefecture and were peerless existences. Who would dare to challenge the ban? Even to this day, there were many who didn't quite understand the reason for the emperor's ban. Despite this, there's still many people who followed their footsteps in those days. Naturally, they all knew about Sky Mountain, but no one was ever able to reach the top, especially nobles. Last year, however, the people heard that bells rang out from Sky Mountain. Powerful cultivators from all over the Eastern Barren Territory gathered to climb the mountain, as there was a chance they might find relics left by the two emperors on the mountain. On the responding dragon, the two people leading the group were clad in silver. Looking at Sky Mountain, one of them spoke, "I heard that many people made attempts here. No one succeeded?" "That's correct. No one was successful, and after time everyone simply gave up." The number of people coming to the Eastern Barren Territory also greatly decreased. "I speculate that the Emperor's wills have assimilated into Sky Mountain and only sages have a chance of withstanding the power, making it possible for them to make it onto the mountain. However, because of the ban, sages can't enter the territory and no one dares to sneak in. No one knows for sure whether or not the will of Donghuang the Great can oversee everything happening on the Sky Mountain," explained a noble standing beside the youth. He was more knowledgeable in events from all those years ago. Did the two emperors actually leave anything behind on Sky Mountain? The youth was getting curious. Almost everyone in the world was curious about everything regarding the two emperors. They were true legends. Who knows? But since the bells rang, there might actually be something. "You guys came quick." The voice came from afar. A flame-like red light was suddenly emitted from the skies, melting all the falling snow. A group of shining figures descended from above. The light was blinding, just like the sun. It was a large sun bird, the three-legged golden raven. Its body was engulfed in flames and its eyes filled with a wild look. On the raven's back was what seemed like a sun carriage. On the two sides of the carriage stood many powerful cultivators, protecting the person seated in between. Just like the previous group, it was definitely a majestic sight. All this commotion. Everyone standing at the foot of Sky Mountain were in shock. That was two powerful groups in a row. With such eye-catching entrances, they didn't seem like any powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. They were much more dazzling. With a pounding in their chests, many speculated, could they be outsiders? How many years has it been since the last time an outsider set foot in the Eastern Barren Territory? "Let me give it a try," said the youth in the silver. Without sparing a glance at the person who had previously spoken, he headed straight for Sky Mountain. Many youths beside him also stepped up to join him. They were all cultivators in the Arcana Plane. Nobody above the Noble Plane was allowed on Sky Mountain. They were all very clear on this rule. Youths from the carriage pulled by the three-legged golden raven also made their way towards Sky Mountain. The responding dragon and the three-legged golden raven stopped in the skies, attracting a lot of attention. The happenings of the next few days had the audience at the foot of the mountain feeling unsettled. In the next few days, people continued to arrive at Sky Mountain. Some people came in a flying battleship. This ship was quite intimidating. It flew in the skies and was carried by the winds. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful ritual implement used for flight. However, the people of the Eastern Barren Territory had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Same as the other groups, this ship carried many powerful cultivators. Among them were a few beauties. They had long, slim legs, beautiful, pale skin, and exquisite features. They also made their way onto Sky Mountain. There were also cultivators that arrived mounting large demon beasts. Their demonic auras filled the skies and frightened those at the foot of the mountain. More and more cultivators gathered. Even those from the Qianqiu Temple were feeling unsettled. The huge war of the Eastern Barren Territory could break out at any moment. Nobody would have expected for outside powers to arrive at Sky Mountain because of the bells at a time like this. From what they knew, the Eastern Barren Territory hadn't had these many outside visitors in many years now. After all, people aimed to reach high places. An extremely small percentage of those who left were ever willing to return. Had it not been from the relics of Sky Mountain left by the two emperors, the resource-lacking Eastern Barren Territory really didn't hold much appeal to the outside world. As the news of Sky Mountain spread, the western region was stirred up. Then, it continued to spread all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, at the cottage, Yi Futian was the first to get the news, with the exception of those who set camp at the foot of Sky Mountain. As soon as those cultivators set foot on Sky Mountain, he knew. The black-winged eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. Teacher, outsiders of the Eastern Barren Territory have arrived at Sky Mountain. In the back mountains, Yi Futian spoke to Mr. Du, who was drinking while seated on a cliff. I know, the elder answered as he stared into the distance. He never expected that the bells of Sky Mountain would not only stir up the Eastern Barren Territory but also pique the interest of the outside world. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? He was very clear. Ever since the two emperors established the ban, there had been little to no contact between the Eastern Barren Territory and the outside world. Now, the territory had once again attracted the attention of the outside world. This was a big change. Come sit, said Mr. Du. Futian nodded and sat down beside him. Mr. Du didn't seem like he was in the best mood. Do you know why there were only 7 disciples in the cottage before you? Mr. Du asked suddenly. Yi Futian shook his head. Although this old man was unlikable at times, there was no doubting his teaching abilities. It was evident based on his own thoughts after these days of cultivation and also through the abilities of first senior brother and second senior sister. Because I'm lazy. Humans are the most complicated. Not even the disciples that you have taught yourself will agree with everything you teach them. Especially as time goes on, it is so easy to throw away things you used to feel so strongly about. I'm just one person, there's only so much I can do. How can I influence many? All I can hope for is that the disciples I teach can influence even more people in the future. As he spoke, he took another drink of wine. This is the first time Yi Futian had seen him like this, and so he spoke. I heard from first senior brother that you had your own dreams. That must be your reason for starting the cottage. What are your dreams? What dreams could a person like me possibly have? Mr. Du shook his head and continued, do you know why Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing gave orders for martial arts schools to be set up all around the world? To help martial arts thrive, Yi Futian answered. This was what it said in the history books. 300 some years ago, the divine prefecture was in complete chaos. There were countless strong powers and each of them controlled a different location. Or they started family clans, some tried to develop their own religion. These people were their own masters, but was the existence of these powers a good or bad thing for the people? Questioned Mr. Du. Futian didn't reply. He simply sat and listened. Of course, there was nothing wrong with families and clans. However, when you had something they wanted or if you became a threat to their interests, some things became inevitable. For example, why did the Qin dynasty want to take down the cottage? Naturally, Yi Futian understood why. The cottage was strong and powerful, which the Qin dynasty felt was a threat. That was why they were so set on destroying the cottage. Mr. Du continued, in the vast lands of the divine prefecture, formidable beings that could greatly affect us were born. When they appear, you would be able to imagine things you've never been in contact with before. Take the many cultivators who arrived in the mountains today for example. What would happen if they knew that someone had made it to the top of Sky Mountain and received the relics of the two emperors? Yi Futian looked at his teacher. The elder still had his eyes focused ahead. He didn't know if there was a hidden meaning behind what Mr. Du said, but Yi Futian understood. When these formidable beings appeared, they would most certainly gain the support of the best and be able to receive the best resources. Nobody would be able to restrict them from doing anything they wanted. This was something both the teacher and second senior sister had reminded him twice of. It was the same logic as a person with a weapon will produce the killing thoughts. Wasn't that exactly what Emperor Luo did to him all those years ago? The divine prefecture has always been run this way. It hasn't changed in millions of years. It's the same even today. Even so, there are always some who have remained untouched by the dirty ways of the world despite the hardships they have been through, and instead, they dream of changing the world. And that is how the two emperors of the divine prefecture were born. The elder looked serious. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. How could someone become a leader of the world without having the people of the world at heart? That is why martial arts schools were established. It was to try to give everyone in the divine prefecture a fair chance. However, it's not that easy, changing the world. Even for the emperors. It would be difficult to simply change the Eastern Barren territory, so forget about the divine prefecture. The elder seemed to be laughing at himself. It was then that Yi Futian withdrew his playful attitude and became serious. He was now also filled with admiration and respect. So, this was the teacher's dream. Wanting to change the world. It sounded like a laughable thing, but at the same time, it was sad. So many people in history have wanted to change the world. However, when they reached a certain status, their mindset changes. If you were the college chief, would you want the other powers of the Eastern Barren territory to overpower the college? The elder continued, so, Futian, sooner or later, you'll step out of the Eastern Barren territory and you'll witness crueler things. You'll see the black and whites of the world. I hope that no matter what you experience, you'll stay true to yourself and remember your beginnings. If one day, you can become a person who influences the world, even if it's nothing big, never forget your initial intentions. Never became the type of person you once despised. I understand, nodded Yi Futian. All right, go cultivate, said the elder. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly to look at the older male with a smile. Teacher, after all that, I see you in a whole new light. Scram, the elder gave him a glare. And there goes your good image again. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He would place the elder's words deep in his heart. Even if he couldn't become a person who could affect the world in the future, he would most definitely not become a person who did bad things. Chapter 376, Descend upon Book Mountain. Chapter 376, Descend upon Book Mountain. At the foot of Sky Mountain, it was a beautiful sight with dragons, golden ravens, and floating warships. Many more people were attracted to Sky Mountain. They wanted to see the strong cultivators who'd come from beyond the Eastern Barren territory. The extraordinary youths descended from the mountain those days to return to their camps. They couldn't climb Sky Mountain. Countless eyes focused on the beautiful figures in the sky. Even they couldn't climb Sky Mountain. Has anyone climbed Sky Mountain since the bell rang last year? A handsome youth on a dragon asked while looking down. Many people below him met his eyes and shook their heads. The Arhat's eyes flashed. The pressure of Sky Mountain increased after the last year. It was normal to be unable to climb the mountain no matter how strong you were. Yes, someone said at that time. A figure in a gold robe walked out of the robe. Seeing him, many people were confused. It was Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. Shouldn't he be preparing the battle with the college? Why was he here? I am Qin Yu from the Eastern Barren Territories Qin dynasty. Greetings, he said, soaring into the sky. Who? The youth did not greet him back. Qin Yu had extraordinary temperament and cultivation, but he didn't care. He wanted to know who could reach the top of Sky Mountain. The sharp gazes of people of other forces landed on Qin Yu. They wanted to know too. A junior of mine reached the peak last year, Qin Yu said. Where is he? What's at the peak of Sky Mountain? A fiery youth from the Golden Raven asked. Fire intent burned in his eyes. This was because of the technique he cultivated. He was so powerful that it showed in his movements. She is in my clan. The wills of the two emperors are at the peak. They'd left a famous piece called Yukio, Qin Yu. Hua Qingqing had admitted to stepping onto Sky Mountain. She wouldn't lie. Yukio. Everyone's eyes flashed. Yukio was one of the top 10 pieces. It was said that there would be no law with it. Apparently, when Donghuang the Great played it at his peak, he froze all the laws and time. Was it here again? If you dare lie, you will pay for the consequences. Where is she? I shall go now, the fiery youth said. I would like to see as well, a beautiful girl on a floating warship said. All strong cultivators were intrigued. They wanted to go forward and fight for the chance for Yukio. Everyone, my junior has limited cultivation, Chinyu said, putting his hands together. She heard Yukio, but only heard it. She couldn't play it and wasn't able to learn it. She can't perform it. At this, everyone grew disappointed, but it was normal. As one of the top 10 pieces, it couldn't be easy to get. However, if she could reach the top of Sky Mountain, she must be impressive. In that case, bring her here, the youth said. Chinyu nodded. He came to Sky Mountain because he'd heard this news. If he could get connections with these people from outside the Eastern Barren territory, the cottage would be nothing. He guessed that these people who'd crossed such miles were probably at the Sage Plain. The hearts of the people below trembled when they heard this. They couldn't believe that someone had actually climbed Sky Mountain and heard Yukio. The Arhat's heart was clear. He knew who Chinyu was talking about. When he was resting on Sky Mountain, Yi Futian's group had come. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan had been close behind Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Chinyu meant that Hua Qingqing had stepped onto the peak. If she reached it, then why did Yi Futian descend unharmed? This was interesting. Greetings, Crown Prince. Thinking of this, the Arhat descended and greeted Chinyu. Chinyu looked at him, confused. Why was the Qianqiu temple talking to him? Are you speaking of Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan? The Arhat asked. Yes. Chinyu nodded. Since he said it, he wouldn't hide it. He hoped Hua Qingqing could take these people up. The Arhat smiled. If that's true, I know someone else who also reached the peak. Perhaps Hua Qingqing never told you. Chinyu furrowed his brow. Speak. When I climbed Sky Mountain, I had seen Hua Qingqing, the Arhat said. She was chasing after Yi Futian, perhaps because Yi Futian had killed the royal grandson of the Qin dynasty. Hearing this, Chinyu's expression turned ugly. This was a thorn in his heart. If Hua Qingqing reached the peak, she must have caught up to Yi Futian. Why are they both alive now? Yi Futian had been gravely injured at that time and couldn't fight back, the Arhat continued. Hearing this, Chinyu instantly understood what the Arhat was hinting at. His features twisted. Hua Qingqing hadn't mentioned this. She only told her mother, Lady Yuxiao, that she reached the top but wouldn't say anything else. Because of her status, no one asked further. But now, he had to think more. Crown Prince, do you know about the bells after Yi Futian descended? The Arhat asked. Chinyu nodded. Someone had naturally reported this to him. The noble sent to kill Yi Futian had been killed instead. It was very ironic. If Yi Futian stepped onto Sky Mountain, do you think it would be a coincidence? The Arhat was getting closer to the truth. You mean that Yi Futian received the relic on the mountain? Chinyu's eyes were so sharp. The Arhat smiled without replying. Who is Yi Futian? The strong cultivator on the dragon asked. The cottage is the most powerful force in the Eastern Barren territory, the Arhat said, bowing. Their disciples are extremely talented and no one in the Eastern Barren territory can rival them. Yi Futian is the youngest disciple. He is monstrously talented. To him, the relic would be easy to take. If anyone of the younger generation can take it, it must be him. The Arhat praised Yi Futian generously. He knew the Buddhist law and understood a human's heart. These people from outside the Eastern Barren territory had come with such a spectacle. They must have a special status. With their arrogance and special identities, they wouldn't think that they were below someone from the Eastern Barren territory. Of course, he couldn't say that. It would be like looking for death. He just bragged about Yi Futian to compliment it. Really, the youth on the 3-foot golden raven replied coolly, as expected. His eyes seemed to have sacred fire. Was there somewhere like the cottage in the Eastern Barren territory? Where is the cottage? Take us there, the strong cultivator on the floating warship said. Of course, the Arhat said with his hands in prayer. Please, the person said. The Arhat's body flashed and stepped onto the floating warship. The woman there was very tall. Her long legs seemed to take up more than half of her body. She was sexy and beautiful. The Arhat lowered his head, hands together. His Buddhist heart couldn't be swayed. The other girls had extraordinary looks too. They were obviously above-average figures. Everyone turned around, ready to set off. Since Yi Futian could get the relic, they would go personally. Otherwise, he should come by himself. Take the Hua Qingqing that you spoke of before to Sky Mountain to wait here, the strong cultivator on the dragon said to Qin. His attitude was arrogant, but Qin didn't lose his temper. He nodded and said, yes. As he spoke, he glanced at the Arhat. It seemed that the Qianqiu temple could be an ally too. The Arhat's actions weren't too friendly to Yi Futian. The floating warship shot forward like lightning. Dragons soared, spreading their wings and covering the sun. The sun god's bird screamed. The many strong cultivators set off at once to the Book Mountain, the divine capital in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. Many people below were shocked. They'd thought that the Qin dynasty and cottage would erupt into battle. They didn't expect that an outside force would arrive and didn't know what would happen if they went to Book Mountain. And Yi Futian had reached the peak of Sky Mountain, receiving the two emperors' relic. With the cottage's pride, they wouldn't hand it over even if Yi Futian really had it. The college, cottage, and Moon clan were all on Book Mountain. Every day was lively with all disciples working hard on cultivating in preparation for sudden changes. Now, clouds rolled over the empty sky above Book Mountain. Many people looked up to see a horrible dragon rush down from the sky. At the same time, a huge beautiful warship appeared overhead. Next, dazzling flames rose up in the sky. The golden raven had come with the sun chariot. Gradually, other strong cultivators arrived with demons and rushed down. Seeing this shocking scene, all hearts of the disciples trembled. What was happening? This was such a powerful spectacle. They'd heard that foreign strong cultivators had arrived at Sky Mountain, but why were they here at Book Mountain? Many figures rose up. Countless mountain elders and strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain and Moon clans soared. They stared at the comers. Even the college's headmaster looked up with furrowed brows. They aren't weak, the strong cultivators who went up to the sky thought. They didn't mind though. If not for Donghuang the Great's law, the entire Eastern Barren territory would be ruled as one. The cottage also looked up. Zhuge Hui's eyes flashed coldly. Where were these people from? They were so impolite. Where are you going? Mr. Du called just as Zhuge Hui was about to soar into the air. Teacher, I want to go see, she replied. Stay obediently, Mr. Du said, giving her a look. Oh. Zhuge Hui was sad, but she still obeyed. She naturally understood her teacher, but she didn't care. After all, she had been young when she came out back then. Chapter 377, Low-Class Clan. Chapter 377, Low-Class Clan. Zhu Qing stared at the newcomers and asked, "What are you here at the college for?" The strong cultivator in the air looked at her. The three-footed golden raven pulled the sun chariot. The youth who seemed to be bathed in fire said, "Is this the most powerful sorcery paradise of the Eastern Barren territory?" He was from the center of the Barren state. The Eastern Barren territory was only a small portion of the boundless Barren state. Because of Donghuang the Great's law, it became isolated from the rest of the state. Without the arrival of Saint strong cultivators, it naturally fell from glory. Even if there were extraordinary figures, they would leave and never wish to return. The Barren state was boundless and had countless strong forces. He was from one of them, the Sacred Fire sect of the Barren state. The others with him had come from super forces as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't cross the world to come here. This is the college of the Eastern Barren territory, Mountain Elder Zhong Su said, answering him. Is Yi Futian here? The beautiful girl on the warship asked. Why are you looking for him? A handsome and charismatic figure soared into the air. Clad in white, he looked like a scholar but had a sharp aura. It was Gu Donglu. We heard that Yi Futian reached the peak of Sky Mountain last year and received the two emperors' relic, the girl said in a cool and gentle voice. We wish to see him. Who said that? Gu Donglu asked coolly. He knew that his junior had made it, but he didn't know what he'd received. He didn't ask either. It was easy to cause trouble about this. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that these outsiders knew about it, it was clear that someone had told them. No matter if Yi Futian really had the relic, the person who told them had ulterior motives. The woman didn't reply. The Arhat stepped down the warship. Where is Yi Futian? The strong cultivator on the dragon directed his question below him, ignoring Gu Donglio's interrogation. His voice shook the sky. They didn't have time for this nonsense. Many people were furious. They were so rude. Another figure rose up from the cottage. It was Yi Futian. He looked at them, confused. Did Hua Qingqing tell? If it was her, why would she jump down the mountain instead of attacking him? Why are you looking for me? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Yi Futian admitted. The college disciples stared. No one knew that Yi Futian had reached the peak last year. What did you receive? The man asked again. The two emperors left a melody at the peak. I listened to it, cultivated for a bit, and then descended, Yi Futian answered. Is it Yukio that they left behind? As expected, Yi Futian's words matched Qin Yu's. The peak really did contain Yukio. I do not know the name. The melody is very difficult and impossible to see its mystery, Yi Futian replied. Yukio indeed was very hard to cultivate. It was logical that he couldn't see its mystery. It would be strange if he could. The cottage thought of the melody that had rung out at the end of last year. They knew that Yi Futian had learned it. Of course, they wouldn't betray him. Are you done asking? Gu Donglio's eyes were sharp. He glanced at the intruders. They'd landed directly on Book Mountain, looking down on them and interrogating Yi Futian. He was pissed. Many people in the air looked at Gu Donglu with arched eyebrows. Book Mountain was very proud and they seemed offended by them. If you're done, please leave, Gu Donglu said. He was telling the guests to leave. Of course, these people weren't guests. So arrogant. Someone on a demon smiled thinly. Come with us, he said to Yi Futian. The people on Book Mountain were angry. Arrogant? Who was the arrogant one? And they'd just told Yi Futian to go with them. That was so rude. You all came so impolitely and landed directly over Book Mountain. Now you are taking a disciple of the college away and you want me to be submissive? Aren't you crossing the line? Mountain Elder Zhong Su said coolly. Yi Futian was from the cottage, but he also belonged to the college. Shouldn't a low-class clan be like that? A cold elder from a dragon said harshly. In the cultivation world, the strong cultivators were the highest class. Since they were here, the low-class clans should receive them submissively. This was the rule of their world. Did the Eastern Barren Territory not even know this because of their isolation? All strong cultivators in the air thought this was natural. Why did they have to explain it? The college disciples were furious. The words were so ugly, but they knew. Even in the Eastern Barren Territory, this implied rule existed. This was the cultivation world. The people of the college were in an uproar. They were so insulted. Yi Futian stood in the air with a calm expression. However, he was troubled inside. His teacher had been telling him a few days ago that it was logical for the malpractices of the most powerful clans. It was a lot to ask the strong to respect the weak. If these people wanted him to go, he had to go. They were more respectful than Emperor Luo too. After all, he was just a small figure to these people now. If he was insignificant, their attitude would be like Emperor Luo. Low-class clan. Gu Donglu uttered coldly. He was from the cottage. The cottage couldn't be insulted. He wouldn't let them take his junior away. Gu Donglu walked forward, an invisible current flowing through him. I am Gu Donglu, first-tier noble plane. Please. The strong cultivators in the air were confused. Was he challenging them? It was interesting to be challenged by a low-class clan in the Eastern Barren territory. The handsome youth on the dragon looked to the elder who'd spoken. The elder stepped out immediately. He was the one who had called them a low-class clan. His aura abounded and was extremely powerful. When he stood in the air, the entire space seemed to become heavy. Everyone in the college felt horrible pressure fall upon them, almost flattening them. A few mountain elders stepped out with their own currents. They blocked the might in the air so it wouldn't reach the ground. The strong cultivators in the air watched calmly. Humph, the elder huffed. He reached out and clenched a fist before Gu Donglu. Instantly, a terrible pressure was born. The spiritual qi in the world shook as if a huge palm was created and pushed to Gu Donglu. The current across Gu Donglu turned more terrible. His eyes shone with sorcery light and flashed like lightning to the surroundings. The palm instantly scattered into spiritual qi. The haven of sorcery in the Eastern Barren territory. The elder walked forward. The sky and earth were so heavy. He raised a hand and there was thunder. Earth's spiritual qi went wild in the air, pressing down to Gu Donglu so he couldn't move. He raised a hand and punched the air. Loud explosions sounded. Everyone could see a fist intent cut through the air, sweeping about as if it could destroy everything. Wind whistled with this punch. It swept with powerful force towards Gu Donglu. Boom! Ancient words flowed around Gu Donglu, forming 9 words, meaning, may the presiders over warriors be my vanguard. Every ancient word transformed into a dazzling and powerful light. The boundless fist intent cut through the sky like a fist from heaven. It could probably destroy everything. Under this, Gu Donglu seemed so small and would be pulverized under the fist. However, he stood there without moving. When the fist intent came, the 9 words shone brilliantly. They swept across, ripping everything. The fist intent kept pressing down but vanished when they collided against the words. The strong cultivators in the air were shocked at this. They obviously felt that Gu Donglio's noble will had reached the pinnacle. Gu Donglio's eyes were cold. He stared at the other and stepped forward. With this simple step, he transformed into lightning and disappeared. After images appeared in the air. A shocking roar sounded through the air. The elder released his life spirit Dharma. It was an armored stone ape. It was huge and loomed behind him. He clenched his right hand and seemed to be one with the aggressive stone ape. Seeing the lightning, he roared angrily and punched. The stone ape roared, shaking the world. The terrifying fist was like a mountain, about to destroy everything blocking him. The fist intent kept building up too. It seemed endless and unshakable. The light streaked across and crashed into the huge and terrifying fist. An explosion sounded and the boulder flew. Heavy rumbles kept sounding. The crowd saw countless fist shadows get broken through. There seemed to be a beam of sharp light inside that couldn't be blocked. Boom! With that loud boom, the aggressive elder arched backward. A handprint appeared on his chest. The next moment, he flew back as if struck by lightning to the dragon. Someone behind him stepped forward and used powerful strength to stop him. The old man spat out blood, dyeing his collar red. High-class clan. You can't take a hit. Gu Donglu said coldly, gazing at the elder from where he had stood earlier. The elder spat out more blood, his face completely red. Chapter 378, Win Over. Chapter 378, Win Over. He'd been defeated instantly. The elder's blood boiled within him. He felt so embarrassed. Low-class clan. He had been defeated so pathetically. On the dragon's back, the charismatic youth at the front looked at Gu Donglu. I am from the Nantian house of the Baron state. If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly. He wanted to take Gu Donglu in. This was a low-class clan in the Eastern Baron territory, but it wasn't strange for there to be a powerful person. This place was known as the haven for cultivation in the Eastern Baron territory. It was natural there should be some shining stars. Thus, he wanted the other to join him in the Nantian house. If Gu Donglu was willing to follow him, he would be a great help in the future. After all, he had many competitors in the house. Having his followers deal with powerful figures wasn't embarrassing. The Nantian house is a familial clan. You can join the Taishan mountain for cultivation, another strong cultivator on a mountain said. Gu Donglu could summon the 9 words and had a special life spirit. Someone so powerful deserved to be won over. Would you like to join the mortal world? The beautiful girl on the warship also asked. Her voice was very gentle and her benefits were obvious. Her force was called the mortal world. Below, the people of the college all had odd expressions at these words. They wanted to win over Gu Donglu, but who was Gu Donglu? He was the 3rd disciple of the cottage, someone who was known throughout the Eastern Baron territory. So what if they were powerful forces from the Outer Baron state? Was he supposed to submit to them? The college disciples didn't like the cottage, but that didn't mean they didn't look up to Gu Donglu and the others. Especially after that storm where the first 3 cottage disciples displayed their brilliance, Gu Donglu was like a legend to the younger disciples. So what if these intruders were outside forces? The strong cultivator from the Nantian house had still been defeated with 1 hit. Where does the loser get the confidence? How can the defeated still be so arrogant? Is this what a high-class clan is like? Many disciples started whispering on Book Mountain. They were upset by the tone of the youth from Nantian house. Perhaps the outsiders thought they were being polite to invite Gu Donglu, but to the disciples of Book Mountain, it was insulting. If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly. What did they take Gu Donglu as? They wanted him to become a personal guard. How laughable. There was another 20-year-old youth behind the Nantian youth who spoke. Hearing the discussions, his eyebrow jumped up and coldness flashed past his eyes. These low-class people of the Eastern Baron territory didn't respect the Nantian house at all. They were completely isolated from the outside world. His body flashed and jumped down like a rock. An arcana aura bloomed from him as he announced, I am in the lower arcana plane. I would like to see how the disciples of the cultivation haven are. He didn't report his name because the people here weren't good enough. He was just coming out because he'd heard the comments and wanted to teach a lesson. Let them know what the Nantian house was. The man who'd fought Gu Donglu couldn't represent the Nantian house at all. Dazzling light glittered on him with an extremely sharp silver glow. Seeming to be bathed in divine armor, he shot towards Book Mountain like lightning. The college disciples had sharp eyes. One stepped out and shot up quickly, straight towards the other. He wanted to see just how powerful the Nantian house was. Brilliant golden light stole everyone's attention. The college disciple waved his hand and cast his spell. Beams of golden light shot towards the outsider like swords. However, the Nantian house youth didn't dodge. He walked in the sky. The countless golden spears that stabbed towards him snapped under his feet. They either passed by him or he stepped on them. He was so domineering. After shattering the spell, he continued downward like lightning. Spiritual chi resonated around the college disciple. Boundless gold spiritual chi gathered. However, before he could cast his spell, the other had arrived. He stepped down and the college disciple's expression changed. The spiritual chi transformed into a golden spear that stabbed at the other in panic. Crack! The foot landed, snapping the spear. The college disciple tried to retreat, but there was no time. The foot came down squarely on his chest. He fell through the sky, leaving an arc of blood. Cultivation haven of the Eastern Baron territory? The youth looked down. The silver light on his body was like true ritual implement armor. It was so eye-catching. He could shatter a spell with his feet. He was so powerful. Boom! People rose up from Book Mountain continuously. They were extremely fast with their wind spells and charged at the other. The youth gazed at them. Then he flashed and charged towards one. They separated at contact and the college disciple dropped down, covered in blood. After that, the Nantian House youth continued to flash, leaving behind silver afterimages. Those who shot up from Book Mountain kept falling down. No one in the lower Arcana plane could defeat him. His technique is strange and has an extraordinary life spirit. It's like a divine ritual implement, a strong cultivator from the college said. This youth was most likely a core figure of the Nantian House. It was logical that he was powerful. At this time, another figure shot up. It was Xiao Wuji. Of all current college disciples, he was the strongest in the lower Arcana plane. Bathed in full attribute noble will, Xiao Wuji created spells of every element, body dazzling. The two crashed against each other, battling in the air. The battle was very intense. It finally wasn't a one-sided fight. The strong cultivators in the air watched patiently. This was the most powerful cultivation spot here. Seeing these cultivators, they realized it still had some talents. This man was quite good. The youth below was the pride of the Nantian House. His name was Nanyu and was in the top 10 of his generation. As a disciple of the main lineage, his technique and life spirit all had an advantage. It was quite a feat for someone in the Eastern Barren territory to fight him to this extent. Nanyu grew stronger and stronger. Endless silver light flowed through him, each beam extremely sharp. They pierced toward Xiao Wuji while a spear appeared in his hands. His spear technique was very precise and broad. He stirred the wind and clouds with his movements. Even when Xiao Wuji tried to dodge with a wind spell, the spear would follow, finally forcing Xiao Wuji back. Such precise techniques. The people of the college had sharp eyes. They didn't have such great spear techniques. Wind and clouds converged with the spear, forming a horrible force that took control of the air. The attacks went full out without restraint. Finally, someone talented that can do this, Nanyu said coolly to Xiao Wuji. Thud. As he spoke, the ground shook. Another figure shot into the air with aggression. Cottage. The college disciples looked up. The person who'd appeared was Yusheng from the cottage. His eyes were cold as he went straight to Nanyu. Nanyu looked at him with interest. This man's aura was very wild. Yusheng, come back, Yi Futian called. In the air, Yusheng stopped abruptly. He looked back at Yi Futian with some frustration. He asked with his eyes why he couldn't fight. These guys were too rude and came to take Yi Futian away so brashly. Yi Futian gave him a hard look. With Yusheng's impulsiveness, anything could happen if he attacked. The youth had a high status. If he was badly hurt, it would cause troubles. He had to think about Yusheng. The cultivation level of the Nantian House can't be matched by the Eastern Barren territory. You saw the previous battle. Will you consider joining? Nan Feng, the youth on the dragon, said. He was in the top 3 of the younger generation. Nobles couldn't climb Sky Mountain, so they just sent the best of the youths. The college disciples were uncomfortable. Earlier, Gu Donglu had pressed back, but now, they were still humiliated. Not interested, Gu Donglu said coldly. Okay. Nan Feng nodded and looked to Yi Futian. I'm still going to take him. We only want him to take us up Sky Mountain. We won't hurt him. Yi Futian and Qin Yu's words matched, they didn't lie. He believed that Yukio existed on Sky Mountain, but Yi Futian couldn't learn it. No time, Gu Donglu said. The people beside Nan Feng furrowed their brows. This guy was taking their kindness for granted. Coldness emanated from the strong cultivators in the sky. Weight pressed down. The low-class clans were so stubborn and disobedient. Third senior brother, Yi Futian said, walking up. I'll go with them. Gu Donglu looked at him. Junior, no one is forcing you to do anything. Leave it to us. I know, but I want to return to Sky Mountain, Yi Futian insisted. The cottage was surrounded by enemies and the Qin dynasty watched like a predator. If they started a war with the barren state because of this, it would be a disaster for both the college and cottage. Naturally, he didn't want them to just care about him and not the others. Furthermore, nothing bad would happen if he went to Sky Mountain. Let him go. A voice came out of the cottage. Gu Donglio's eyes flashed and he nodded. Yes, teacher. Mr. Du was the owner of that voice. Since their teacher said so, Gu Donglu wouldn't keep insisting. The strong cultivators in the air retracted their auras. It seemed that someone was smart here. Sages couldn't enter the Eastern Barren territory, but they still couldn't defeat the powerful forces from the Barren state. Chapter 379, The Opportunity. Chapter 379, The Opportunity. Staring at those figures in the sky, the people of the college were not very happy. Even when confronting the Qin dynasty's alliance, the college and the cottage had never flinched. The Qin dynasty had lost many talents because of the cottage but still couldn't handle them. But now they had to be subject to a foreign force. It was obvious to all that the college was anything but the match of the Barren State's forces. That was why Yi Futian chose to compromise despite Gu Donglio's insistence. Let's go, Nan Feng said to Yi Futian. Yu Sheng made a step forward. He was vexed. Calm down. Yi Futian glanced at him and then looked up at the sky with a smile. He moved in the air, not heading for the dragon but that warship. Nan Yu furrowed his brows. He glanced at Yi Futian with some discontentment. May I come in? Yi Futian smiled at the lead woman on the ship. This woman with long slender legs was Chu Shang, a rare beauty in the world. Seeing Yi Futian coming, she smiled gently and responded, Please come in. Thank you. Yi Futian stepped up on the warship in the air. Seeing this, the college beneath was speechless. This guy really picked a good place, but they felt good because Nanyu on the dragon's back didn't seem happy about that. Since it's settled, it's time to go. Standing on the dragon's back, Nan Feng chose not to bother since he had reached the goal. The dragon rose into the sky and the warship also set off. All strong cultivators all left the Book Mountain. Standing with the cottage, Hua Jieyu looked a little anxious. She asked Mr. Du, Sir? Don't worry. Mr. Du said gently. When he waited at the Sky Mountain that day, he'd sensed something from the bell's tolls. Then at the end of the year, he heard Yukio played in the cottage. He knew what that meant. That meant if Yi Futian went to the Sky Mountain, it would be very advantageous for him. Further, he was a very shrewd guy. Let me go to have a look. Zhuge Hui was not very reassured. Mr. Du didn't stop her. Many people on the Book Mountain were ready to go, including Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, and the Sword Saint. They rose up in the sky and moved toward Sky Mountain. The clouds gathered and rolled on the way. The warship moved very fast. The dragon and three-footed golden raven guarded beside warship in case someone came to take Yi Futian away. Standing on the warship's deck, Yi Futian smiled at the woman and said, I'm Yi Futian. What's your name? I'm Chu Shang, the woman responded, looking at the distance. Many other women stood behind the two. Some strong cultivators in Noble Plain were staring at Yi Futian too. This guy chose their warship just to flirt with Chu Shang. Did he have some inappropriate thoughts? Chu Shang was indeed a charming woman with extraordinary appearance and temperament, but didn't Yi Futian know Chu Shang's status? How dare he flirt with her? Probably because the Eastern Barren territory was isolated and he had no idea how big the gap was between them. I heard you talking to my third senior brother. You said you are from Mortal World. That is a pretty name. What kind of a force is your Mortal World in the Barren State? I guess it must be a very famous clan there, Yi Futian said casually. Those people behind them thought too much. The reason he chose this warship was just because Chu Shang looked more pleasant than Nan Feng. Moreover, women were more willing to have conversations. He could tell that from their attitude toward his third senior brother. Of course, no clans here in the Eastern Barren territory can be our match, Chu Shang answered very frankly. It is so even if all your forces unite as one, another woman behind them added indifferently. Yi Futian grinned. Of course, he knew that the strongest governed all. The forces from the barren state were so strong. Even their guards were already in the noble plane. There must be many sages in their clan. How could the forces in the Eastern Barren territory be their match? He didn't ask further. He knew they were disdainful about him. He began to observe the warship. It was very luxurious to make a warship. The barren state must be a very rich place. I heard that you are the most talented youth among the young generation here. Nan Yu asked, looking at Yi Futian from the dragon's back at that moment. On Sky Mountain, that monk had claimed that if somebody of the Eastern Barren territory could get the Emperor's relics, it must be Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flickered. Obviously, somebody imparted them things about him. That was why those guys came to the cottage looking for him. Whether it be Hua Qingqing or not was not clear. But hearing what Nan Yu said about him, Yi Futian was wondering who hated him so much. I am not very talented. I just reached the Arcana plane not too long ago. Who told you that? I'm really flattered. Yi Futian laughed. You are not very talented. Then how can you reach the Sky Mountain's top? Nan Yu scorned. He wouldn't believe that Yi Futian was just a normal guy. Since he could reach the mountaintop, there must be something special about him. It's probably because I am lucky, Yi Futian responded. Nan Yu glanced at him coolly. If Yi Futian really was so talented, why didn't he stand up when they defeated all challengers from the college? Why didn't he dare to respond? Yi Futian seemed unworthy of his attention. Some people guessed you got the Sky Mountain's relics. Is that true? Chu Shang also asked him with a gentle smile. She looked gentle and mild, but Yi Futian could keenly feel the indifference under her smile. Sky Mountain is such a mysterious and profound place, Yi Futian replied. Just that song is abstruse enough. It's very difficult for me to understand what it means. I could only roughly feel the artistic conception. How could I get the relics? Do you think it's possible? He would not admit it anyway. Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian seriously and found that Yi Futian had a pair of beautiful eyes and a handsome appearance. She turned away and didn't ask more. This guy looked outstanding. She had no idea what kind of talent he had, but if possible, she would like to have Yi Futian work for her. It might be a good idea to bring him back to the mortal world for further cultivation. A line of figures descended upon Sky Mountain, including Qin Yu. He brought Hua Qingqing here. The head of Donghua clan and Lady Yuxiao also came. They were displeased because of Qin Yu's disclosure of Hua Qingqing's story. But Qin Yu was thinking about the big picture. They could only hold their anger in check. Hua Qingqing admitted that Yi Futian was on the mountaintop, but she didn't say what exactly had happened. Lady Yuxiao was very curious about what happened between her daughter and Yi Futian. She didn't tell Qin Yu this though. Seeing Yi Futian appear again, a hint of murderous intent showed in Qin Yu's eyes. Yi Futian also noticed them. His eyes looked colder. He knew it must be them. What a group of nasty people. Then he saw Hua Qingqing, who also raised her head and looked at him with indescribable emotions. She was wondering whether she would fight with Yi Futian if all this could happen again. She is the one. Nan Feng glanced at Hua Qingqing. This woman had a good-looking face too. She could be counted as a rare beauty even in the barren state. A kind of innocence made her even prettier than Chu Shang. Yes, she is Hua Qingqing, a youth who has been to the mountaintop. Qin Yu nodded. Good. You two lead us to the Sky Mountain's top. Nan Feng looked at Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing. Since the two had been to the mountaintop, there must be something unusual about them. They might know the method to climb Sky Mountain. It was the best to have them as the guide. But the pressure from the Sky Mountain is much stronger than before. I'm not very sure whether we can go up, Hua Qingqing said lightly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she could feel that pressure. How would you know if you don't try? Just lead the way, said the youth bathing in flaming light. He was from the Sacred Fire sect, named Duao. Hua Qingqing glanced at Duao and nodded. They moved toward the Sky Mountain. Be careful, Lady Yuxiao warned her daughter. She looked at Qin Yu coldly. Obviously, she was very unhappy about this. Yi Futian, Hua Qingqing, and other youths from the top forces all headed for the mountain. Those in Noble Plain stayed at the foot and saw the youths go up. In the distance, a few figures stood in the snow and stared at those youths too. They were Sword Saints group. They worried about Yi Futian. Though these forces from the barren state came for the Sky Mountain and they wouldn't hurt Yi Futian, they still needed to be on guard. On the way to the mountaintop, Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing led the way. They didn't talk to each other. A horde of strong cultivators followed behind them. Last time, these cultivators had tried but failed. Every snowflake here seems to be transformed from the Sky Mountain's spiritual qi. Chu Shang reached out her hand and looked at the snowflakes on her palm. Then she looked up at the endless snow on the mountain. Does it mean that the whole mountain is a just heap of spiritual qi? Yi Futian laughed. But he knew that Chu Shang was right. The Sky Mountain was indeed full of spiritual qi. The two emperors will melt it in the whole mountain. Every snowflake was a share of their intent. When stepping on the snow of the Sky Mountain, he felt so familiar with everything here. Every part of his body felt good. His little eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. He could see everything on the mountain. How did you get on top of the mountain last time? Chu Shang asked. My level is quite low, so I didn't suffer a lot from the pressure. I was lucky, Yi Futian answered. The Sky Mountain is covered with two emperors' deterrent force of will as well as strong demonic will. If you can resist that, then you can go up to the mountain. But this time, both powers became much stronger, Hua Qingqing murmured. She didn't expose Yi Futian. Even the Arhat could only infer. Only she knew that Yi Futian managed to learn the Yukio by the two emperors. When he went down the mountain, that bell tolled. It was not an accident. That bell rang just for him. Let's speed up, a strong cultivator from the Super Xian Mountain urged. The deterrent force hadn't threatened them so far. They could speed up. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Yu informed the head of Donghua clan, the Sword Saints group is here. What do you want to do? The head of Donghua clan asked. Of course, he knew that the Sword Saints group was here. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, and Gu Donglu were all here in the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain. Qin Yu sneered, isn't it the opportunity that we want? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.